take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of, doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection, ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back, spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mobbing in the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing raves, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes still trying to have that price. Getting yo, cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays, dudes
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up. You witnessing a champ and a making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do after that makes men. Will you quit or will you stand up and face it? Tell me, do you have what it takes to swing back when this life asks for the fade? Can you tell me you'll adapt to the change when a punch lands and it puts you flat on your face? After you wake, will you stand up and say, get mad, hit back, lit match to the flames? Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. Belly of the beast. There were days where I barely had sleep, but I had to work more than competition. I can't live like the opposition. Living everything I dreamed of, doing everything you think of. The way I work, I'm on the brink of doing everything you dreamed of. Only aim for perfection. Ain't no half stepping. I'm gonna take you back. Spitting facts, you gotta live with that. Who got it? Who want it? No problem. We mob it. In the city, plenty havoc causing. Do or die, it's either all or nothing. Best believe I'm leaving out with something. Anytime I got the crowd jumping, throwing reds, you know they fist pumping. I'm the king of dysfunction. What would you do if you had my life? Work like me, had them stripes. Would you go hard just to have that ice? Lot of dudes fall trying to have that price. In a yo, cooking about to add that spice. Nowadays, dudes never had that fight. When the first boom, better burst your pipes. my pain. Light a fire so the world can see. There's a fight and a rage deep down in the heart of me.
على المكان حمودي ماشي فريق بطيخ استقبال راجل اثنين لاعبين دخل حمودي واحدة اثنين لكن صعبة لا يلعب يلا يا سكتون يلا يا سكتون يلا يا سكتون يا ولد يا ولد يا سكتون.
Let's see where they are going to be looking to push up. When holding up the defense.
So open your eyes and see the fight I have burns inside of me.
Hello everybody and welcome to the PMPL Middle East and Africa day number 2. My name is Hiprain and I am joined by DK. DK, we had a really interesting day number 1, so how are you feeling as we're kicking everything off?
I gotta say, I'm pretty excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing in moving into the second day. I mean, day 1 really hot and sweaty, loving the action we saw coming through from the teams. But you know, moving into the second day, this is where we want to see the teams looking to bring a little bit more focus into their approaches coming into the matches, right? So all the nerves, I think we can leave them all behind, and now it is time to focus on the gameplay. And I'm excited to see what the teams are going to be bringing in on the battlefield.
Yeah, well, if you guys want to be focusing on the gameplay yourselves, make sure you head over to our social media channels to keep in touch and up to date with all of the action. But you can see here as well our overall rankings. Nope, social media. Nope, rankings. There we are, social media. Obviously, we are streaming to you live on PUBG Mobile Esports Africa over on YouTube. You can get in touch with us on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram. I totally forgot what the third one is. We went over it yesterday. It's TV channel, right?
Number TV, yeah.
That's the one. But obviously get in touch with all of those. Keep up to date with everything going on here at the PMPL MEA Championship today. Also, we want to give a big shout out to Monster Energy Drink, the official energy drink of this tournament. Without you, it wouldn't be able to happen. So big shout out to Monster.
Yeah, and of course, we also got to give a big shout out going out to Oppo. So upgrade performance and upgrade fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022.
Absolutely. Well, let's have a little look at the format again, just to remind ourselves how everything will be playing out over the next couple of days. We obviously have 16 teams playing 24 matches. We've already had 6 matches, which was yesterday. We have another 6 matches coming today. And obviously all those points will be adding up across the next couple of days. You'll be getting a couple from the likes of winning, some from elimination. So if we bring up our point system, we can see exactly how everything is calculated here in today and across the rest of this weekend. I believe it's 15 points for a win, if I remember from the top of my head. And then obviously 1 point for for an elimination. We had some teams yesterday who were able to really claw back the points via placement and also just incredibly bloody games for themselves as well, especially on that tail end of the day, because it was quite tight, wasn't it, DK? Some of the teams, you know, they started off on a wrong foot or had a bad start to the day, and then just bounced back in the latter half of the day.
I mean, I gotta say, like, I was watching the games, you know, in the green room, if we can call it that, and there was a few times where I spilled a little bit of popcorn on myself because, you know, it was just so captivating and so exciting to see what the teams were bringing through. So that's why I'm saying I cannot wait to see what the teams are going to be bringing through moving into the second day of gameplay. And a lot of the teams we've seen now just utilizing the living heck out of the point system and also just making the most out of that 1 point being awarded per elimination. Of course, they're also at the end of the day going to be fighting it out for their lion's share of that prize pool.
Yeah, and exactly, the prize pool is big as well. MVP obviously gets himself $2,000 in their pocket, but 40k for that first place. It's a mixture of regional pride, but it's also you're playing for the money as well. There's a lot of money up for grabs, and you know, coming into yesterday, I had some ideas of what teams to watch. But some things were definitely, some teams kind of came out of left field for me. Obviously, Umbra being at the top of the at the top of everything, looking very, very good. You know, teams like Nigma Galaxy, had a great start to the day, but it wasn't as impressive as I expected. They ended in second because they were able to get 2 first places. But CONQUEROR as well, you kind of talked about them at the beginning yesterday, DK. You go, we haven't really seen much from CONQUEROR. And at the end of the day, they were playing incredibly well. So I think it's quite hard to call who we think is going to be taking this championship at the end of the weekend. Now, let's have a quick look at our schedule to see how everything will be playing out and what maps will be playing on today. Or, sorry, the schedule of the night. That's coming up later. Schedule of today. So, obviously, we've done Thursday. We're on Friday. There's still 2 more days to go as well. So, there's a lot of games to happen. It's 6 matches per day, remember. I'm curious, you know, now that we've had a day with these teams, do you know, are there teams who you think maybe they're better in the long haul? They're better at playing out across these long days? Or do you think there's going to be teams who kind of come out from nowhere here, DK?
I'm expecting that coming out of nowhere, coming out of left field kind of performance, you know, from the teams. And the reason why I say that is the same kind of performance we had coming through in their respective PMPL. So particularly looking at what we had happening over in the PMPL Africa side. And of course, as we know, right, they are going to be making their way across our beautiful selection of matches here today. The 3 Erangels, as we can see, separated with a little bit of that Miramar and Sanhok action, just to add that extra little bit of spice. And of course, provide the teams with an opportunity to make up for whatever they might have been lacking over on towards the Erangel itself.
Yeah, it was interesting to see yesterday's matches because it felt like there weren't teams who particularly favored one map over the other. I know we only had 6 games on that, so it felt like it was very much kind of getting a feel for the lobby, seeing how people play, and kind of getting yourself kind of off to a running start going into day number 2. I think coming into this day, we'll probably start to see teams really kind of laser focus on what maps they're good at and where they're good at playing around. Also, to be fair, yesterday we did have some pretty interesting circles is probably the best way to word it. They were kind of going all over the place and forcing some teams, especially some of the teams, if you kind of hark back to the first game of the day, you know, a very northern circle on Erangel where the teams who were dropping at the military base basically just lost a lot of time and then had to quickly move up. You can see our participating teams here playing today. Obviously, I think the team for me who really kind of caught me off guards is CONQUEROR. I mean, you know, they really bounced back at the end of the day. Obviously, Umbra probably another team sitting at the top after even a pretty rough last 2 games. Are there any teams here that, you know, you've now got your eye on? Now we've seen them play a little bit more.
I definitely have to go with CONQUEROR. I mean, particularly looking at the performance coming in on that last match of them yesterday, 12 eliminations to their name, taking that 3rd place. I mean, that was absolutely insane. But also, I mean, don't discount the players coming through from NASR. They also finished exceptionally well, right? Coming in with those 14 eliminations. And a match like that is enough to just catapult you into some pretty good standings moving in towards the overall leaderboards. And as we know, the team like NASR, for instance, they currently find themselves over on towards that 2nd page. So they're definitely going to try and make a bit of a leap, make a bit of a jump to try and see if they could maybe bring in a bit of that push. But of course, as we know, the players from Nigma Galaxy coming into yesterday's performances, they started off the day with a beautiful winner chicken dinner coming in. And of course, as you've mentioned, they were able to pick up another one. But I mean, what a standout performance that was coming through from Umbra, holding on to pole position with 58 points and only 1 winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm glad you mentioned Nigma finding themselves 2 victories yesterday. And actually, we did have a chat with the team to talk to them a little bit more about this matchup, well, this weekend and what their thoughts are on everything.
كبداية حمودي، ما هو إحساسك قبل بداية البطولة القادمة؟
والله بصراحة يعني كل بطولة كبيرة أنا أتشوق لها، يعني أنتظرها بفارغ الصبر إنه بس أريد تجي حتى نلعبها.
طيب من ناحية الاستعدادات الفريق مستعد؟ ما هي استعداداتكم؟
والله حاليا احنا جدا مستعدين لأنه لعبنا بطولتين كبيرة قبل هاي البطولة وتدريبات يومية، ويعني تقدر تقول مستعدين بشكل تام.
أريد منك وصف مدقق لحدة التنافس اللي راح يكون في البطولة القادمة.
والله اكيد هي كل التيمات اللي متاهله اللي من افريقيا واللي من المينا يعني ماكو تيم تقدر تقول ضعيف، كل التيمات متطوره وكل التيمات عقليتها كبيره، يعني راح تكون بطوله قويه جدا، بس ان شاء الله مو علينا، احنا راح ناخذ التوب 1.
حمودي يا حمودي، انتم كفريق عدواني والكل يعرف استمرارية في اللعب، هل هذا راجع انكم تعيشون في مكان واحد والجو العائلي اللي بيناتكم؟
والله حسب رأيي أني إنه التجمع مع الفريق من يتجمعون كلهم مكان واحد أو بالأحرى بيت واحد، إنه ماكو بي شيء سلبي، ويطور من معنويات التيم، وإذا صارت أي مشكلة بين أعضاء التيم تقدر تحلها بشكل مباشر مو على الإنترنت. يعني حسب رأيي الشخصي إنه هذا قرار جدا جيد.
ما هو العامل الأساسي اللي مخلي النيجما جالاكسي بهذه الاستمرارية وبهذه الطريقة في اللعب؟ احنا شفنا وسمعنا منك، بس ضروري راح نلقى عامل يعني أساسي جدا لهذا الترابط الجميل.
احتمال يكون انه عدم تغيير الروستر لفترة طويلة جدا، هذا.
إذا نتكلم على النيجما جالاكسي نتكلم على إنجازات كبيرة وجماهير عريضة، هل هذا الشيء يسبب ضغط للفريق؟
هو حسب يعني شخصية اللاعب أو شخصية التيم، إن إذا راح تأثر أو لا ما تأثر عليها. يعني ما أعرف، أنا عن نفسي ما تأثر بالكلام السلبي، أخذ بس الشغلات الإيجابية اللي تنفعني، فما حسب نظرتي أنا ما تأثر، لا.
نتمنى لكم كل التوفيق في البطولة القادمة واستمرارية لمزيد حصد الله. لا 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 لا. نتمنى لكم التوفيق يا حبيبي حمودي، وإن شاء الله نشوف الأداء القوي اللي تعودنا عليه في البطولة القادمة بإذن الله.
شكرا لك حبيبي.
عفوا يا حبيبي حمودي.
Always nice. Oh, I've gone fuzzy. There we go. Hello. Always nice to hear back from obviously the teams. Nigma, you know, not as dominating performances maybe we expected out of them from day number one, but able to kind of bounce back. They definitely hit a bit of a lull in the middle of the day, starting on a win, ending on a win. I think they can be pretty happy. They're still got a little bit of a ways to go before they catch up to Umbra. So DK, I'm going to kind of throw it to you. What teams are we watching today? Who are you excited about seeing?
I'm definitely excited to see what Umbra is going to be bringing in for the remainder of today's games, right? Whether they're going to be stepping up and looking to push their lead that they've got, looking to make it even greater than what they already have. I mean, so far they're sitting 5 points ahead of the players there from Nigma Galaxy. But looking at the performance yesterday, definitely today has the potential to be another fantastic day. But also, I'd love to see a few more of the African teams stepping it up, right? So teams, for instance, like G3 Temper, the players there from Team Myths, also Slime 4KT, Intruder, Virtual Gaming. I want to see these teams also step up and just flourish on the battlefield. So who knows? Maybe today might be the day in which we see exactly that happening.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, Intruder Africa are a team who had a very rough day yesterday. A lot of the times when we did check in on them, they were walking around with like 1 or 2 members left and kind of just playing for placement after they lost a pretty rough fight for themselves. You know, there were a few games where they were able to pull it back a little bit, thanks to, you know, just one person sitting and just kind of waiting out for those placement points. But at the end of the day, it wasn't an amazing day for them. I do believe we actually have our scores and see how everyone is doing right now here, so we can get a good idea of where our teams are, because I think that's probably the biggest thing for us to see is actually where the standings sit as we enter into day 2. I didn't hear a word of what was said in my ear, but hopefully we'll have that up. Another team who I also want to kind of hit on is YaLLa. They started out pretty rough yesterday, then kind of bounced back in the middle, and then towards the end of the day, it kind of fell away from them. But YaLLa definitely a team to, I think, to kind of keep an eye on as a potential kind of front runner or a team that could really play upset across the next couple of days, right?
Yeah, I mean, because like I remember YaLLa performing in PMPL Arabia last season, you know, back in 2021, and already then they were a pretty impressive team. So I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to be looking to push even further coming in here. As you said, right, they are in a potential position where they could be bringing in quite a few of those upsets, and already looking at their current point situation, I mean, they're not too far away from moving out of that fourth position and potentially even contesting up in towards second and third.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of teams who I've really kind of got my eye on. There's a bunch of teams that obviously need to bounce back. CONQUEROR, another team who I think had a really good recovery. I kind of already sung their praises quite a lot at the beginning of the show. But YaLLa definitely a team who kind of bounced back. Ooredoo Thunders as well, another team who we actually saw take some really, really interesting fights and coming out for the better of it as well. You know, a lot of fights where I was like, oh, they're not in a great position here. They're not really set up for this fight. And then just, you know, through good mechanical play, understanding of, you know, how to play as a unit, and just probably clear communications as well. Ooredoo Thunders definitely another team who I think I want to keep my eye on. So let's go on the other side of things and let's talk about some of these teams who maybe been a little underwhelming. What do you think are kind of like the key issues that have been plaguing these teams who are kind of towards the bottom of the table? And, you know, what do we want from them for the rest of today?
Like, I don't want to go as far as to say that it's nerves, but who knows? Maybe that could be part of what it is, right? I don't believe there's any team here that is in a position where they don't possess the skills to perform exceptionally well because they've proven themselves, right? So for me, it would be the team sitting a little bit lower on that leaderboard, all the way from potentially 10th place down in towards 16th, right? We want to see those teams really come into their true form and show us why they've been able to make it this far.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like we are loading through into our first game of 6 of the day. And look at that playing path. It's not quite as kind as the first one we had yesterday. It's going to force some teams to maybe rethink about where they drop, because it is a pretty crazy playing path here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit over on towards that northwestern side, as we can obviously see, and it does hamper a few of those drop locations over on towards farm, for instance, and shelter, prison. Yasnaya not being entirely out of reach, but the teams will still be able to get themselves situated in towards those regions. But I'm curious to see what's going to be happening with the teams that like to move over in towards Millie base, right? So for instance, like INTRUDER and the players there from the Ooredoo Thunders, whether or not they're now going to be looking to opt for a bit of a alternate drop location, or potentially we could see them rotating all the way back in towards that Sosnovka military base. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, it does still look like a couple of teams are playing towards that military base area. Ooredoo Thunders doing that themselves. Curious to see where this first circle goes, because we get like a Stauber circle after this. Man, that is, especially for the 90th minute, they got some trekking to do. We'll get an idea of that any moment now as well. So see exactly where that's going to go down if the circles continue to be spicy, because yesterday we were blessed. And no, I think that's a pretty nice circle for a lot of these teams here. Most people are going to be pretty happy with that. Those dropping around the military base area will have a little bit more time to keep themselves comfortable. And I think 90th minute also pretty happy with themselves in this Primorsk area. Put themselves in a pretty comfortable position as our teams have spread out across the map. It's going to be interesting to see how these teams who are kind of in the circle area buckle down now and look to hold out.
I mean, this is a very complementary zone to that flight path. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit of work for the teams heading further up north, like Slime 4KT, for instance, as well as the Falcons. You know, they got to get themselves looted and then start making the trek all the way back in towards that zone, getting themselves resituated. And I do think those rotations that would be coming on through, that's going to be quite interesting, because as we can see already, a lot of those prime locations already having some occupants there. So there is going to be quite a bit of fighting now being having to be done for the teams and able to secure themselves a decent location. And also we do see a little bit of that tension over on towards that western bridge. But for now, it does seem to be all, you know, nice and tranquil up in towards the beautiful South George.
Yeah, I think this circle probably leads into a little bit more of a tranquil game, at least in the kind of first couple of circles, just because a lot of people are going to have a lot more time to kind of get themselves looted up and set up in a comfortable position while they wait for that second circle. There won't be as much kind of panic. We need to reposition and get set up for what's to come, just due to the nature of where this circle has dropped. So I think teams should be pretty happy with that for themselves. And obviously, Nigma, a lot of eyes are on them. You know, obviously a team who are pretty storied from going third in the Global Championships. And is this once again Ooredoo swimming at the bottom of a bridge after getting involved in some action? It looks like that is going to be the case. As Smoker can take a around a spray there from Kalga just from the distance, and his teammates are all scattered. And Ooredoo, this could be a really catastrophic start, as they've already got 2 people out of this for the moment. It looks like there's a potential finish up here.
I gotta say, this is quite the bit of a bumpy start. So I did mention we were seeing a little bit of a contention coming through on towards this bridge. But what a beautiful positioning this is coming through from CONQUEROR. And they are definitely looking to conquer this bridge. And so far, it does seem like they are quite successful in their attempts. They haven't found any confirmations just yet, but definitely putting quite a few holes into the side of the players here from the Ooredoo Thunders.
Yeah, Ooredoo, this is not the start they needed. Got 2 players knocked, and look at the health bar as well. I think this might just be a bit of a rough start for them, as CONQUEROR, like I was kind of saying, they had a really good bounce back from what was a horrific start to the day. Able to come back into the later stages of yesterday and really make it count, as I don't think anybody's going to get to Smoker in time, so we will see our first player fall momentarily. There goes Smoker. And Ooredoo, just like that, lose 2 players in the first match of the day.
Yeah, a little bit of a bumpy play coming through there. But now they got to try and make it work, right? So we got Alhaje and Rex, the 2 remaining hopefuls now for the players here of the Ooredoo Thunders. So curious to see where they're going to be going, as CONQUEROR might now potentially decide to back off of that bridge, just reposition themselves to get a little bit of an angle underneath. But I mean, in the meantime, looking at the players coming through here from Umbra, it does look, you know, very tranquil over in towards school. A point that we do see being contested at some points in time, but at least for where this current zone is situated, there's not going to be any apparent need for teams really to fight it out, seeing that school is just outside that zone. But of course, the rotations will have to start making their way through, and I'm quite curious to see what's going to be happening over in towards the Quarry region. Currently, we do see the players from Myth starting to descend down upon it, but also we have the players there from G3 Temper also starting to step a little bit closer, looking to get themselves situated up in towards Quarry.
Having a quick look at Twisted Minds and Intruder Africa, who are quite close to each other, at least a couple of the members are. Remember, for Intruder, it was a pretty bad day. They were losing people early. It looks like it's only 2 members apiece from both teams. There's G3. Take a couple of shots from YaLLa on the way out. But yeah, we kind of expected, you know, other than the action at the bridge, we did expect this to be a little bit more of a calm start, just due to the nature of the circle. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, where this next circle takes us and how that's going to look to maybe force some of these teams around the map. And G3 quite scattered actually right now from each other, so looking just to kind of catch up, because they've got Myths and they've got YaLLa behind into the sides of them. So being spread out, a lot of teams around them who are quite organized in tight units could be a problem for them as we move a little bit later. As it looks like G3 are aware that Myths are in that compound just off to the side of them.
Yeah, some pretty good awareness coming through there. I mean, we did see Buden already moving up a little bit further ahead, getting a bit of that anchor point locked in, with C-Mind, of course, then just coming in to try and reinforce that position. As we can see, C-Mind now also just making sure that there's there's no glass in the way. There's nothing worse than trying to fire off a shot and then having it be, then have to fight with a bit of glass before it makes it all the way to its destination. But for now, the team's getting themselves set up in anticipation of these engagements coming through. And what I'm liking this time around is that we're seeing a little bit more focus for teams moving into that more centralized region. Yesterday in the first match, we did see a lot more spread out. You know, kind of a setup coming in by the teams, everyone's kind of just hanging back. But this time around, we do see a beautiful bit of a convergence coming into that more centralized region. This does mean that we are going to be having quite a few more engagements, I expect, in the earlier stages of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said yesterday, it felt like yesterday was very much kind of getting the feelers, because a lot of these teams, you know, they might have scrimmed versus each other. They haven't played versus each other in a competitive environment, at least for a while. So it's nice to see them kind of, you know, now that they feel a little bit more comfortable, now that they feel warmed up after yesterday, being a little bit more confident to kind of move around, get themselves dug in and set up. As Nigma have spotted out some people off in the distance. I didn't actually catch who they saw, but it's very much moving around, getting yourself positioned, because this circle will be closing in soon, and we'll be getting an idea of where we'll be moving as a couple of teams obviously set up in that military base, or at least one team set up in that military base. As circle's going to close in, and it stays quite central, so this is still pretty good for these teams, and there's a lot of people already in this area, so I do expect to see even more action momentarily, because already this is quite a clustered circle and a lot of people tight-knit.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to be in that center zone position, and I'm so grateful that I'm here observing instead of participating, because I would have been in the lobby ages ago. But as we look at this now, we do see the tensions definitely starting to rise, as so many more teams are looking to now start pushing into that more central region. I mean, the players here from CONQUEROR, they have found a good spot all the way on the edge there of Ferry Pier. So I think this is a good position for them to hold, at least for now, looking at this current phase. As we can see, they are relatively uncontested, and the only team that they could be potentially keeping a bit of an eye on could be the players there from the Ooredoo Thunders that are yet to rotate across from that Sanhok military base. So they're pretty beautifully set up here, at least the players from CONQUEROR. But now, I mean, the convergence we have happening a little bit further up in towards more center zone is going to be pretty tough on these teams. As we can see already, the players here from Myth hopping straight up in towards Chopsticks, taking occupation of the compounds. They're looking to get themselves set up. But now, Intruder and Virtual Gaming, they're rotating up alongside each other, and of course, bringing in a little bit of that trade-off as well.
It's always interesting, because I swear Intruder are always fighting other African teams every time we see them. You know, obviously only 6 teams from Africa representing in this tournament, but looks like they're actually looking to try and avoid this and get out of the blue as quick as possible. Oh, nice shot there. Virtual Gaming, they're going to look to finish up as well. It'll land enough shots and should be a nice and easy kill picked up for Virtual Gaming. And Intruder losing their second teammate. Now Virtual Gaming probably feel a little bit more comfortable to move and rotate through.
Yeah, I mean, that was some great shooting coming in from Virtual. It's unfortunate that it was the Intruder, you know, falling under the scope there. But at the end of the day, you got to take whichever shots you can find. And speaking about shots, it is going to be Hamodi here, just keeping a very watchful eye on the position of Broly, as Broly is now just trying to move up around the attic, trying to find a good position. I'm not quite sure whether or not Broly is actually aware of that position just up behind him, but as we also can see, the players here from Virtual Gaming now just picking up a few more of those engagements just a few moments ago, really starting to thin out the numbers there for Intruder. As we can see on the screen, down to 2 they go. And of course now Hamodi still just patiently waiting before they potentially start popping off. But also now Slime 4KT all the way up in towards that northwestern region. Definitely looking to set up a bit of a potential gatekeep here, as we've got the players from Rico Infinity also looking for their own rotational path back up into this next phase.
Yeah, Slime 4KT, a team who I do want to keep my eye on, because they had a very, very poor day yesterday. So it's interesting to see, you know, are they going to bounce back, or is this going to be even more problems for them, as pretty much everybody at this point has now got within the circle. See those 2 remaining members of Ooredoo Thunders just making their way over the bridge and leaving the military island. But as the circle closes in for the 3rd time, it stays very central. It is very much in this point, I expect to see quite a lot more action coming in from these teams because everyone is going to get very pushed together. You already see Ooredoo Thunders, I believe, actually spotted out a couple of people as they're trying to stay out of range of that team.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be in their best interest at this point to try and just play it a little bit more cautious, a little bit more calculated, and not overextend themselves. And it does really seem like that is kind of the approach that they are taking. But on the flip side, we do see the players here from Virtual Gaming, Petrox at least now, just rushing up, looking to get a bit of that anchor point set up, while we have Rolkis and the rest of the players now from Twisted Minds also looking to come into a bit of a contentious position here. But again, Petrox, beautiful setup, just keeping a very watchful eye on the window there as the rest of the squad now from Virtual start making their way on in. And I mean, this is a beautiful setup. Twisted having good control of the high ground here, a great vantage point, but we can also now see the players there from Ooredoo Thunders looking to roll on through, and one shot might also now get a little bit of that heat heading up in their direction.
Yeah, it's getting very heated here indeed. As Virtual Gaming under fire from Twisted Minds, trying to get a bit of a flank position through here, using these buggies to reposition, see if they can catch them out. Twisted got a pretty nice spread in the cover from the trees. Obviously, the buggies to try and flush people out is working in their favor, as Virtual need to be very, very careful here. That's going to be one picked off here by Twisted Minds already. Rolkis, lovely shot there, and should just be able to finish up here, make sure that there's nobody getting picked up. Actually, looking to get a little bit more. There's going to be the finish up there from Rolkis, and shot is so low, needs to just heal up as much as possible. But it's up between a rock and a hard place with Twisted Mind on all front, and a couple more shots coming in from Kaito, but Kaito not able to finish it up. As there goes shot from the high ground from Twisted Minds.
Oh, I mean, the team's really just trying to hold on. As we can see, 3 teams now being reduced down to only 2 remaining hopefuls. But of course, the players here from Twisted, they're just going to be lurking up behind these ridge lines, waiting to see whether or not Virtual Gaming is going to attempt to potentially move on through. We do see that blue zone also starting to make its way on in, getting ever closer to our 4th phase. And this is where things are really then going to start heating up. For the time being, the teams are looking to be respective of their current positions. But of course, it is going to be Rico Infinity coming in with a little bit of a trade-off on towards YaLLa Esports, as they now look to put up a bit of a fight here, right? They want to hold on to at least one compound. And now we're going to be seeing a little bit of that back and forth coming in between both these teams.
Yeah, they're going to be forced out, though, as that circle is very, very close to them. 0-1 already down a player. As Rico Infinity able to find themselves that pickup. And it's just Twisted Minds again. They're taking another fight versus CONQUEROR. That's going to be 2 people getting knocked immediately. Twisted Minds, they're kind of getting brutalized here by CONQUEROR, but actually, they got a nice little flank. They're advancing up forwards here. The spray's coming down to Rico. He's able to take himself down. A member of Twisted Minds going to finish him up as well, just to make sure that Twisted Minds are in such a dangerous position. There's Kaito, I believe, trying to pick up his teammate, but instantly gets himself knocked as well in the follow-up. And CONQUEROR just eliminate Twisted Minds. A beautiful fight from them.
Oh, that was so satisfying to witness. But of course, I was a little bit worried about 90th minute just holding up behind them. But I mean, a good call being made here by 90th minute as well. You know, rather deciding to prioritize the repositioning back up in towards zone instead of looking to come in with a bit of a third-party action. But I mean, CONQUEROR, that was such a beautiful play they brought in, and all they got to do now is just continue on with the momentum. Already 5 eliminations to their name, and who knows where they're going to end off at the end of this match.
It really feels like after yesterday, especially that tail end of yesterday, CONQUEROR momentum, the wind is in their sails. They've honestly had some amazing performances in the last couple of games, and coming into day 2, hot and ready, is YaLLa. Trying to catch some people out in the smoke there as a Slime 4K just off in the distance, but Rico Infinity are just going to try and reposition away from the members of YaLLa, or at least get themselves set up into a more comfortable position to take this fight.
And up comes that beautiful, the beautiful chorus of the shots just being fired back and forth between YaLLa and Rico Infinity. But of course, Rico being a little bit closer to zone. We can see Bomba also getting repositioned, but a beautiful spray now making its way right into the side there of Slime 4KT. And of course, also G3 finding themselves in a little bit of a hot spot, going toe-to-toe now with Nigma. As you can see, Rauf cooking up that nade, sending it up in the direction of Buden, but also receiving a beautiful nade in return. Does seem to be maybe just a few smokes. Buden quickly trying to heal on up, but Slime also coming in on the opposite end there. So the players here from G3 getting caught in a very uncomfortable sandwich. And it is looking pretty grim, as we can see. Buden, not the craziest amount of health remaining, but definitely quite a bit of pressure now being applied by 4 teams holding up over on towards the southwestern side.
It is a cluster for this hill, as CONQUEROR trying to also force their way up. Pronto being forced out as well into that blue. Groza just going to try and reposition, get out of that blue, get out of that ticking damage, as Slime just trying to hang on, to be honest, during the middle of all of this action. They might just be looking for the pick here, making sure that a CONQUEROR member is going to get knocked out, as Ooredoo Thunders will disappear from the match as the circle looks to close in once again. There's still a lot of people alive, 45 people remaining, as our circle closes in ever tighter.
Oh.
That is going to force everybody out from this weird fight that's going on over the hill. And they can't just give it up yet, because G3 are in the smoke and they are so low. They are in so much danger, being pincered on. As Harmony just getting the shots into the smoke, able to knock one, looking for the second as well, and there they go. G3 Temper knocked out.
Well, a little bit of a hide and seek coming through there from G3 Temper, but, you know, fortunately for Nigma, they were able to find those plays. But looking at where that zone had shifted, it had moved all the way up in towards Chopsticks. I've been waiting so long for that, and of course, with that, it is also going to be the end of the run here for Slime 4KT, as they too get sent back into the lobby. We've got to say, this position, moving into Chopsticks, it is going to be hella challenging for these teams to find a good position, a good vantage point to be fighting from, and it is going to result in some pretty insane action. Of course, starting it off, it is going to be NASR here. Ragnarok just looking to claim a few of those eliminations at the hand of Virtual Gaming.
Yeah, NASR definitely had a bit of a quieter game, but some lovely shots coming in from Ragnarok. Able to take down Virtual Gaming and knock them out just like that. People are starting to drop like flies. As we're seeing CONQUEROR's members under fire as well from Falcons, and CONQUEROR are going to get knocked out. Falcons able to deal the killing blow to them, but Umbra, it's been a pretty quiet game for them. They're still in it. They've been hanging out, keeping their heads down for the moment, because they did, remember, have a pretty rough day one, or at least the tail end of the day one. They are still first in the standings, so looking to try and bounce back, as they had a 20-point lead coming into today. There's Nigma now taking a couple of shots as they are moving through this very open field. Immediately, as Nigma are under a serious amount of fire from all fronts, everybody is just getting sprayed down. They are just out to the open. It is shooting fish in a barrel for everyone. Nigma are wiped.
Oh, I called it. I said it was going to be absolute chaos, and that is exactly what we're having. NASR now just going to town there as the rotations are coming on through 90th minute. Also looking to get a slice of the pie, but unfortunately, Myth will be stopping them dead in their tracks. Of course, YaLLa now moving in right behind them. Also looking for a few of the crumbs there, but as you can see, we've got Powerful and Hopen on the front line, looking to put up a bit of a offensive approach here. And now, I mean, Myth, they're looking pretty good. They've already had a beautiful run, but look at these utilities getting sent back and forth.
And they did so much work there from YaLLa, as it's trying to get the spray over the wall, but in comes a bit more damage. That's going to be hopping down. And Ramsey's going to come in and finish him up, make sure that he is not going to be a problem. Immediately kicked out by Powerful. A bit of response there from his teammate, as Myth hanging on by a thread right now. Only one player up, and Powerful looking just to push in to see if he can deal the killing blow to Myths. It looks like the pickup will be coming in, won't be coming in time. Myths are knocked out, and we are down to 6 teams.
Wow. I mean, this is absolutely insane here, Brain. Of course, we can see several more teams now looking to get themselves repositioned back into that next phase.
Ooh.
Intruder coming under some severe fire, as we can see. It is going to be Omar and Raouf now just looking to get themselves situated right here in the trenches. But of course, we also have the players there from 0-1 setting up a bit of a gatekeep right there on the very edge. Umbra still alive, as we can see, wasted. Now just creeping a little bit closer, looking for a potential angle to play from. But of course now it is going to be down to where those positions are going to be playing out. Some teams looking pretty strong. I mean, NASR, Falcons, both teams still rocking a full squad. And all they got to do now is just keep up the dominating angles and just utilize the numbers that they've got. But we can see Falcons coming in with a beautiful 2-2 split, covering both sides of Chopsticks.
Yeah, absolutely. Falcon in a pretty good position here for themselves. NASR have actually had an amazing game. Hanging on to all of their players still. Got a lot of kills on the board. Same for YaLLa, but YaLLa are down that one player. Crucially, looks like they're closing in to the trenches, into the action. And them and 0-1 just trading these nades out, trading these utilities out. See if they can flush each other out. It is a smoky, exploding mess in the trenches. It is getting so hard to stay up here. As Bumper gets a whole bunch of damage out, but eats a whole bunch of bullets in response himself. 0-1, a good nade. Could do a world of good here, but the circle is closing in. It's going to force YaLLa up into 0-1's hands. They're trying to make their way through, but it is getting scarier for YaLLa to continue to pressure and push forward here.
Wow, I mean, these nades coming so close. Fortunately, there for Saif, that was only a smoke that got sent on through. But Ragnar also now just trying to creep on up, as you can see a beautiful hit coming in. Oh, down they go. Now up comes YaLLa, looking to close it out, looking to see if they can claim any more of those points. But with that, it is going to be 0-1 to put an end to the advances there for YaLLa, as they get sent right back into the lobby. Of course, never alone now, just lobbing over a few of those nades, looking to pick up Humam in the trade-off. But it is going to be Humam to be the last remaining hopeful now for the side here of 0-1 Esports. Falcons and NASR looking absolutely phenomenal. Intruder still holding on, still having two players now just right here in the dugout. But all they got to do is look to push as far as they can. Just hold on. But with that, Humam sends out a beautiful nade to Never Alone. And of course, it is going to be the end of the road for Humam.
NASR and Falcons still operating at almost max capacity. Is NASR actually able to get up their down teammate? Falcon still got someone down and need to get up. But Intruder and Umbra holding on. Wasted. Just playing placement right now. Maybe, just maybe that miracle can come out from Wasted. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled on him for that. See if he can keep himself in this game a little bit longer, but he's quite close to Intruder. If he gets spotted out, this could be the end of the road for Umbra here. There's 4 teams remain, and the circle is forcing everybody out. It's such an open space as well, this final circle. Only this trench to really work with. And other than that, there's no real hills, no real high ground, low ground to be working for. It's going to just be all about finding that line, taking out the team. These utilities are going to be so important here.
Oh, I mean, just look at these trades coming through. Hassan now just trying to sneak up on the edge, just utilizing that rage. And of course, down goes the final player there from Umbra, as they too make their way back into the lobby. Intruder also getting picked up, and now it is going to be NASR and the players from Falcons to face off to see who's going to be the team to lock in that winner chicken dinner. 5 eliminations already on board for the players coming through from the side there of NASR. The 6-1 now making its way on in as well. Let's see whether or not they'll be able to push all the way through and get it locked in. Beautiful standing for both teams here. Of course, the utilities now getting sent back and forth. Who will be the team to pick up this chicken?
Everyone's out in the open as well. Never Alone taking a whole lot of damage as he is almost out, but not going to go quite down yet as Last trying to find those shots, trying to find that angle. Hassan using this one bit of cover. He's got to just peek out and try and take out these last couple of Falcon members, but NASR are bleeding members left, right, and center. Last taking a whole lot of damage himself as Ragnarok is going to get himself taken down as well. There's only one left, and this could just be it. Falcons are closing in for the tie-up. They're going to lose one already, though. Hassan doing a load of work here from behind, but it's not going to be enough. Falcon take the win.
Absolutely insane performance coming in from both NASR and Falcons, but well done. Well-deserved winner chicken dinner getting locked in by the side of Falcons. I mean, they were so relentless in their efforts, just pushing again and again and again, trying to lock that in. And at the end of the day, they succeeded. They made it happen, and they got themselves the victory.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful game from Falcons. Very, very aggressive as well in that latter half of the game. Finding a lot of kills and really just holding on. All 4 members up in that final circle was really, really big for them. But also, I mean, same can be said for their opponents because obviously looking like Intruder Africa, they made it quite late into that game as well. We saw some of the bigger teams get knocked out very early with the likes of Nigma and the likes of, oh God, I've had a brain fart, CONQUEROR. Getting knocked out very early into that. But let's have a little look at the rankings to see how everything is going to go down after that game. A lot of points gifted over to Falcons as they got themselves 8 elimination points and 15 from that placement for a 23-point total to start it off with. And then NASR, a team who, you know, it was a pretty quiet day from them yesterday. Couple of middling performances at best, but able to really come alive in this first match of day 2.
Yeah, definitely a great jump coming in there from them. And I mean, what better way to kick it off other than 6 teams being in pretty tight contention here, finishing exceptionally well. As you can see, Intruder, Umbra, and the players there from YaLLa picking up those 10 points apiece. Myth, CONQUEROR coming through with their 6 and 7 eliminations. YaLLa also finishing up on 6. And in fact, there's so many teams. But look at this, Intruder taking that 3rd place, not a single elimination to their name. I mean, they were in it to make it all the way through into that very, very late phase. And they did succeed, as we can see, of course, that being quite reflective in their points. But now moving into the second page, this is where the situation still looks pretty strong, coming through at least for Nigma Galaxy in 90th minute. But of course, G3 Temper and the Ooredoo Thunders walking away empty-handed.
Yeah, for Nigma, those 6 elimination points are going to be pretty big for them because they are still, I believe, in 2nd place, or at least were coming into this last game. So it's going to be interesting to see how that affects the standings. But yeah, Ooredoo Thunder, I think, you know, they seem to be a bit coin flippy to me from what we've seen so far. They have either very, very good games or they take an early fight, lose it, and then suffer basically for the rest of the game. And Ooredoo Thunder, they had a very, very rough one there, didn't they, DK?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a challenging performance, but of course, you know, one player that did not have a very challenging performance, right, is going to be our MVP for this match.
Well, we're going to see who our MVPs are. Ragnarok Powerful and Rio coming through. It's Rio? Is that how I say it?
Yeah, it's Rio!
It's Rio! I love that. I mean, Ragnarok and Powerful, definitely 2 people who really jump out to me from this game. In those kind of later circles, they were really showing up for their teams and were absolutely amazing. Just really, really good stuff from both of those players. Obviously, it's Rio getting a lot of kills under his belt, and CONQUEROR. I want to know what they've kind of done, because they have just in the tail end of yesterday, just something changed in that team, and they look like an entirely different team. And same coming into this game. Absolutely amazing stuff from our teams to open us up. But we are going to throw to a very quick break. And when we're back with game number 2. So don't go anywhere. See you in a moment. Hello everybody and welcome back to the PMPL MEA. My name is Hipra and I'm joined by DK, and we had a pretty interesting win there. Falcons able to take the victory and kind of keeping themselves relevant in the standings, which is the big thing here. We saw a couple of the front runners knocked out early or kind of unable to really achieve too much. Looking at Umbra there, able to get decent placement points but couldn't really get involved too much in the action as far as the kills go. So their spot at the top kind of stays, but it's a little bit more stale for them. So I'm interested, now that we're dropping on Miramar, what we're going to see get changed out here. Because obviously with CONQUEROR and Nigma getting knocked out very early, it's going to mess with the standings a little bit more, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that potential for a little bit of an upset to come on through. But, I mean, who knows, right? It can swing either which way. Of course, if we look back to what we had in yesterday's visit over on towards Miramar, we did see a very successful performance coming through from Twisted Minds. And this time around, we do see that flight path situated a little bit further up in towards the northeastern side of the map. So it's going to be a little bit more tricky to drop down in towards, for instance, Monte Nuevo, Chumacera, Ladrillera, you know, the whole kind of position down in towards that southwestern side. But again, the teams will most likely start to make their way on through, look to get themselves set up. And there's, of course, nothing that a little bit of a vehicle rotation won't, be able to bring these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see kind of, but a bunch of the teams will drop just outside as well of their drop spots just to grab some vehicles to make sure they've got those for the rotations. Fairly kind playing path means that most people should get to where they want to go. And curious to see where the circle's going to go, because Miramar yesterday was very interesting with the circles, lots of very spicy ones, and looks like it's actually a pretty kind one once again, kind of in that northeast direction, just eating up that top half of the map. So Probably not going to see anybody gliding as far as Valley de Mar, but we're probably going to see kind of similar to what we saw from the last game. A couple of people maybe rotating earlier to get themselves set up in good positions for the circle and a little scraps around there. But this map, not as many open fields as we had at the end of that first game. You know, very, very messy as Nigma just got absolutely just railed as they made their way through the through into the open field. So a lot more kind of terrain play to play with here on Miramar.
Yeah, but I mean, I definitely got to say the flight path coming through, not the flight path, the zone, this phase, being quite complimentary for the teams here. And I'm pretty sure a lot of teams are quite happy that they did not decide to try and push all the way down to that far southern position. The only team, in fact, that we can see really making a play like that is going to be the players there from Myth. And of course, they're going to be trying to reach all the way down in towards Puerto with the players there from 01 Esports, or at least one of the players from 01 Esports looking to be in a little bit of a hot pursuit. But of course, also a bit of contention coming through here for Hacienda del Patron. As we can see, Buden now just trying to hold on to the building. Already a little bit of that trade-off coming through, as we can see Yabal already getting traded off there just a few mere moments ago. And now it's up to 60 to try and hold on to a potential play here.
It's definitely not the start the 90th minute needed. It's been a rough couple of days for them, or at least rough day. The last game, not particularly amazing either. Losing a player to start us off. And actually, we're seeing quite a lot of teams already down a player. Most crucially, we're seeing the likes of Umbra and the likes of NASR actually being down a player already. And Ooredoo Thunders kind of, again, similar to what they had in the first game of the day, losing players early just costed them so heavily. So a couple of teams actually starting out on the back foot as we go into our second match here on Miramar.
Yeah, you know, it is what it is, right? So, I mean, a 3-man team is still better than a no-man team. So the teams will still be able to make some form of a play happen. It does not impact their strategies too drastically, but it does not make it easier, right? So definitely they have to now try and work out a few different approaches to still have a very successful run. And of course, the players here from the Ooredoo Thunders being one of those teams coming in with 3 men. And of course, we have NASR also just rocking up with 3 players. So definitely a little bit of a, I won't really call it a handicap, but still it could be a position from which they could make some beautiful games.
I mean, it could be worse. You could be the only team running around as a 3-man squad. There's quite a few teams who are down a person at least. So, you know, for the likes of these teams who are still kind of holding it together as a full 4-man squad, they're probably pretty happy with themselves. Nigma, once again, still rocking the full 4-man group, dropping in their regular spots as well, able to sort themselves out, get their loot together. And we'll see how they're going to play this out, because obviously this circle, pretty good for a lot of these teams. Able to hold everybody together, you know. I do still expect to see some action break out, at least after this first circle. I think this first circle we had, you know, we were a little blessed to get some action to start out on that first circle, but that was more just where people were dropping. I'll be interested to see once we get to our second circle. That's when that's when I expect to start to see, I swear English is easy, teams kind of get a little bit more aggressive in their rotations.
We were talking about English and running out of English just before the match, so it's always so satisfying to hear that I'm not the only one who runs out of English every now and again. But of course, you know, now we're still looking onto the teams to see what they will be bringing on through. Twisted Minds are going to be going about their looting business over in towards the lovely Monte Nuevo. Again, completely uncontested, so they can, you know, get themselves set up, make sure that they've got everything that they could get their hands on before starting that potential rotations. And we're actually seeing the teams really starting to spread themselves out quite a bit more, right? Coming into the first initial few drop locations, there wasn't any major tensions aside from the quick engagement we saw coming through on towards Hacienda del Patron. But other than that, the teams were rather quick to get themselves repositioned, relocated, get themselves through this looting phase. But of course, the next interesting part that's going to come now is where these teams are going to be looking to rotate in, and also which rotational paths they are going to be looking to take.
Yeah, the big one for me is Myths, because they got a lot of teams actually blocking them off on the map right now. So when they look to rotate, they will be moving into for at least 3 teams. So their rotation may be hampered a little bit, and they may just have to kind of take that blue damage, at least for a little bit, while other people look to position. If they don't do any scouting and do get spotted out, that could get really, really scary for them, really detrimental. But there was a bunch of teams who are still in this circle. They have a bit more of an extended looting phase. They got a little bit more time to kind of sort themselves out and get themselves positioned, because there's lots of high ground to use on here on Miramar. You can look to catch people on these rotations who are looking to head deeper into the circle. You can get yourself set up in very comfortable positions. It's easier to shoot down than it is to shoot up. You can already see Slime kind of making their way up this hill and getting themselves maybe potentially dug into this house here at the top of the hill.
I mean, that's definitely a potential play for them. And of course, they've got free reign right here over towards the side there of La Cobreria and water treatment. So they can move up at their leisure, get themselves situated, and that could maybe be a really good decision to be making. But we already see quite a few teams being quite proactive with regards to their rotations, being quite early. I mean, one of those teams being a Rico Infinity, right? Also, just hopping into the vehicles, ensuring that they can get themselves into a more favorable position, looking to push in towards that center zone before the going gets a little bit too tough and they have to deal with so many other opposing teams that could be threatening any of these locations. But as we can see, the surrounding area is still there's still a little bit of separation coming through. YaLLa holding on towards the southern position. G3 also not going for the usual setup up in towards San Martin, instead looking to rotate out and get themselves situated a little bit further in towards that more center zone.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, still remaining relatively calm right now. Obviously, we had that very, very explosive start to the day. Well, to this particular map. But YaLLa are closing by where G3 are, so we could see some action break out between these two teams. We're going to see where the circle goes next, though. That's going to be the big question. As you can see on the map, Myths have actually been able to completely move and stick along to that east coast and avoid actually running into any of the teams who were around them. Ooredoo Thunders being one of them. Actually got himself a pretty comfortable rotation and will put themselves behind, I believe that to be CONQUEROR. As the circle continues to head a little bit more north, there's a bunch of teams who are fairly happy with this position. One of those being Storm 42K, as they've got themselves, Slime, sorry, 42K, got themselves set up on top of that hill and don't really have to move if they want. And kind of stay here a little bit longer. A couple of people are off in the distance. You can see Twisted Mind's got that kind of scout behind them to spot out where the Umbra rotation is, who are going through El Pozo. Maybe into the waiting jaws of some of these other teams. It's 90th minute when G3 is started with action between these two teams, and it looks like it's going to continue as a final member holding out here.
Well, the final member on this front, right? So as we can see, 90th minute,
Yes.
They still have 3 players left. We've got the other 2 rotating elsewhere, but here we go. Thixie now coming in with a little bit of a jump scare here on towards C-Mind, and does succeed in getting that trade, but of course up comes Buden to just bring in a quick bit of an assist there, just wrapping it up, getting that confirmation. And now G3, they've got control of this position. But of course, several more teams holding up in the vicinity, and a little bit of a blow being dealt to the side of 90th minute. I do believe that was their first player potentially getting sent on back, and now they still have a few. No, sorry, that was their second players. They came in with a full squad, but of course we see the rest of the players. We've got Mord and Gaga just holding all the way on towards the more northern position, just off center zone.
Yeah, caught themselves off guard away from the rest of their team, and that will cost them heavily. Yes, there's some meds and some resources are going to get used to heal up for G3, but they're going to be quite happy with that. As Intruder Africa are fairly close to 0-1. 0-1 are aware of their location, I believe. Hey man, kind of revealing their location, bounding over the hill. As 0-1 might just be getting himself into a bit of a gunfire here with Intruder Africa.
Well, let's see whether or not Saif is going to look to play it safe, or maybe look to get a little bit more aggressive. We've got Hemar and the rest of the squad here from Intruder now, just looking to get themselves situated. They've found a little bit of a line of sight right down on towards the players there from Falcons, who are smack dab center zone. But of course, if we look a little bit further down on towards the more southern reaches of the zone, it is going to be CONQUEROR keeping a very watchful eye there. on NASR. As we can see, Rio now starting to lay down on towards Batika. The rest of the squad now coming in, following suit. But not quite sure whether or not NASR is going to look to commit to that potential rotation. Instead, looking to get themselves set up right up behind that mountain range. But of course, Ragnarok and Miracle now looking for a bit of a miracle here to get themselves out of the sticky situation, as we also now have Virtual rotating up over on towards the eastern side.
Yeah, you can see Circle going to be closing in as well as Ooredoo Thunders. Last member, only person in the blue right now. Actually, no, Umbra are in the blue. But Umbra definitely been forced into an interesting rotation. They're basically just having to play blue here because they're completely cut off. And it actually looks like Twisted Minds might be holding them as they try to make their way through the road here. We'll see how the circle favors. It's going to close in, and that will force Twisted Minds to move. But they might actually be able to gatekeep Umbra from actually moving deeper in. That's going to be a very tight circle, and actually looks to be a less kind of a more open-aired area for these teams to fight in the open for.
Yeah, we still see a little bit of that high ground position being played, being playable rather, more on towards the northern position of the current zone. But there's also obviously a lot of congestion about to come in on that front. We've got Slime 4KT, we've got the players there from Twisted Minds, we've got Umbra, as you've mentioned before. We also see the players then from Nigma Galaxy just holding on towards that western front. But, I mean, things are also about to get pretty tough down in towards water treatment. YaLLa all the way down south. Having a good angle to hold here. As you can see, NASR are going to be making their way further and further up towards the zone itself, but not quite sure whether or not they're going to be committing to a more centered position, as we see quite a few teams holding on to the edge.
Yeah, a lot of teams are really hugging this edge here. They don't want to get themselves buckled down. They don't really know who's in front of them, as YaLLa taking a fight here with CONQUEROR. CONQUEROR got Grozer up on that hill a little bit further away from the team, but it's applying this flank angle for them. So Rio looking just to get that nade through the window onto Ragnar. Not going to be able to hit him, and Ragnar can just reposition, knowing that these nades could be in line for him. But YaLLa a little bit split here between this ridge, and it's going to make their life a little bit harder, but also do have a little bit of a flank angle to work with. It's powerful, trying to see if he can find anybody. Takes a big shot there from Rio.
And of course, Rio is going to be trying to move into position. Quite an interesting approach coming in here from the players of CONQUEROR, right? Just keeping to that ridge line, not really looking to push over too aggressively, but that opens up another potential opportunity for the rest of YaLLa. And speaking about opportunities, it is going to be Virtual Gaming and the players from the side of Intruder to potentially get into yet another exchange. I mean, there's something with these two teams, right? They constantly bump heads, and Omar now getting a hit there as Alpha Luigi comes in with a quick hit. We can see Hemo already getting traded off, but now let's see whether or not we're going to have an aggressive push coming through from the side there of Virtual, as they are yet to make a good entry point into this next phase.
Yeah, Intruder and Virtual definitely magnets to each other, aren't they? Constantly finding each other out. Looking for these fights as Petrox actually coming in, trying to see if he can deal anything on the side, but it does look like Intruder able to just about skip away to safety, but they are taking a fair amount of damage in response. Looks like Virtual Gaming gonna have to continue to play in the blue, as the circle will be closing in once again fairly soon. And with a downed member for Intruder, this could get really, really risky. That circle gonna force a lot of teams up and out of their current positions and over. As Virtual Gaming going to lose a member there. Zeus, can he find the shots? He's getting open fired onto from this low ground from Intruder. There's a bit of a flank angles coming around from another member. Petrox and Zeus, the last two members of Virtual Gaming, trying to see if they can deal with Intruder Africa inside this building. It looks like the angle's a little bit too hard for them right now. They may just have to cool it.
Well, I mean, they're always going to have some hard angles to try and play with. But now, Intruder not 100% committing to getting themselves situated in zone. Instead, keeping a lot of pressure now on the players there from Virtual. As we can see, one shot. Now, Just looking to find a quick, sneaky spot to try and hold up, at least for the time being. Instead, getting themselves a little bit further situated in towards the zone. But of course, CONQUEROR now going to come in, swinging right down on towards YaLLa there. As we can see, Hopen getting traded. Groza also getting traded off not too long ago. But look at this rush now. Bomba trying to get away, but up goes the vehicle in smoke. Absolutely beautiful hits coming through there. But now, will this be the point for CONQUEROR now to contest YaLLa? Or will YaLLa now strike back with everything they've got in their arsenal?
Ragnar really needs to make the hero play happen here, but the Blues closing in. And it's going to force these CONQUEROR members away as Rio can take a bunch of shots. YaLLa makes sure he finishes up anybody who could potentially be a cause of problem to him from the side. But he is on his lonesome now. The last remaining member of YaLLa trying to 1v3 versus CONQUEROR. Callagher able to get the pick up, and Ragnar taking a lot of shots into the smoke. He goes, fades away, but we're now looking at Twisted Minds also taking a fight themselves. There's two big fights going on one front here. As Ragnar will go down. That'll be the end of YaLLa. It's Callagher able to finish it up, and it's now Nigma taking on Twisted Minds as they're able to take out yet another member. And be able to pick up their knocked member as well. As Vigor's gonna have to be very careful. The only member remaining for Twisted Minds is somebody else has already been downed.
Ooh, up comes Vigos now, just hammering away there as Nigma start making their rotation, looking to get themselves situated back. But of course, quickly pulling up into the fuel station. And this is a beautiful turnaround as Twisted Minds get sent back into the lobby. A lot of contention now starting to build as we can see the players here from Myth and 90th minute being surrounded by Falcons, and the players coming through from the side here of Slime 4KT, aka Slime 4DK. But whichever way, I'll go for Slime 4KT is because Clara now just picking up a quick hit up on towards Farok. Moment, fortunately, right there to bring in a bit of a helping hand. But now, this could be quite the strict or tightening position they find themselves in.
Yeah, this is a very, very hard uphill battle for Mist. They got the smokes to kind of keep themselves a little bit safer for now. But Pronto just throwing down those nades, able to actually land a little bit of damage there. And the rest of the team getting themselves in position to maybe do something about this. Is actually, looks like a third party's joining in as Falcon are looking to come in onto the side, onto Slime, to see if they can try and take out a couple of members. Storm puts the smoke down just to keep his team up as the nades are coming down, and this is a free fight, three-person fight here. Another nade coming out from Myths. He's just laying them in. Moment doing a lot of work here. Not going to hit the next one, though.
Oh, I mean, the tension's just continuously rising as we can see. Slime now trying to make a bit of an approach, looking to create a bit of an opening before pushing on back. Meanwhile, it was Lord now raining down just atop the hill onto the players there from Twisted. We saw that not too long ago before Twisted 2 met the end of their run right here on Miramar. But absolute pure aggression coming through from Nigma Galaxy. But now, as we look onto this position just outside of zone, we can see Falcons now just trying to huddle up. 90th minute and Myth, as well as Slime 4KT, still trying to find a way to not only get out of this engagement, but also get themselves resituated back into this next zone.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really on these rotations from these teams. There's still a lot of people up and alive. It's Falcon looking to finish up Myths here. See, a lot of range, a lot of terrain to work with, but 90th minute also in the similar compound. To be a little bit careful as they are down in players. Is Yusuf trying to see if he can find the pick, but hasn't quite got that line of sight as they're on the other side of the ridge. Yusuf will lose where Myths went. You saw a team get knocked out in the middle of that as well. It is getting heated here, DK.
Oh, it's getting really hot and sweaty, and they are on the right map exactly for that. Nigma also now packing their bags, making their way right back in towards the lobby. But now the fight still remains up into the north between Falcons, the players here from 90th minute, but also now YaLLa Esports also getting ever closer to this current position. As we can see, the trades now coming in back and forth. We got a little bit of a hit now getting sent over on towards 01 Esports. But Rico Infinity also starting to creep themselves up a little bit more from that western side, as we can see up on that mini-map. But still, several tensions building. Beautifully placed nades getting sent back and forth. And with that now, the players from 90th minute find themselves in a world of trouble as they too make their way back into the lobby. And Falcons now looking to get a clean sweep here.
Yeah, absolutely clean sweep indeed. Is actually Storm has got a great flank here. Gets a little bit of damage off onto those Myth members. Not enough actually to finish anything up, but we'll look for the takedown. That is going to be the end of Myths. As Intruder and Slime42k 2v2, well 2v1 on Myths, unfortunately. Getting completely pinted as Ooredoo Thunders go out on a whimper once again. Not particularly the greatest showing from them on day number 2. As 01 are starting to lose members. Falcon, it has been their day.
Yeah, it has definitely been an absolutely phenomenal run coming in from them so far. Never alone this time. Definitely not alone. Not like what we saw yesterday, but look at this. SK Ton now also just hammering away at its Buden. They're picking up a quick hit. C-Mind just dipping back and forth on the edge of that smoke. Does get spotted out, but fortunately, SK Ton is not quick enough on the trigger there to cause any damage. You can see Yamaz Humam on the opposite end here now for 01 Esports, looking to still hold strong the final 2 remaining hopefuls. But with that, we also now see Damar just laying it down as Storm gets picked on up. It is now Pronto just holding up behind the vehicle, but Aimer comes in with a bit of an assist there. Down goes G3 Temper, making their own way back up into the lobby. But now Pronto, Aimer holding on for dear life, looking to see if they can play these ridge lines to their advantage and potentially get a bit of a jump coming in on towards Falcons. Up comes Damar looking for that opening under the vehicle, and down goes Storm. Line down to 1, and with that, right back into the lobby they go.
Intruder are knocked out. Same for Slime in all of this action as NASR and Falcon. Once again, 2 teams looking really strong, but Rico Infinity in this as well. Jams going to be under fire from multiple fronts here, but it's so scary as Ragnarok actually taking a whole lot of damage. Preston is able to do so much work from the flank, taking out NASR. And now Jams is going to be getting himself under some serious fire as Damar will take him down. It's 3 versus 3. Falcon versus Rico Infinity. Falcon having an absolutely stellar day number 2 here, as they got themselves 1 chicken dinner. It looks like they're still hungry for more.
I mean, Falcons, they've sharpened their talents coming into today's matches. Looking at the performance here, Prestige also now getting hit. And now SK Ton trying to sneak around that ridge, trying to inch their way ever closer. But of course, a quick deployment of the utilities getting sent on through. Still have SK Ton and Ida 7 now looking for those angles, looking to see if they could potentially find a bit of an opening. But Yusuf keeping some pretty tight reins there. As you can see, the res does come through onto Prestige. And with that, it is going to be the players there from Rico Infinity just hopping back into a beautiful fighting position. But now, it is going to be the battle for high ground control here.
I'm absolutely loving, though, that flank from Yusuf. Look at the high ground. He is so aware of where SK Ton is. Obviously, could get punished himself, but his team are drawing fire, which means he gets himself positioned in a nice flank, using that high ground and those smokes to keep himself unspotted. Prestonich has some idea, though, is going to peel back and join up with the rest of the team. Rico Infinity, group is 3. And they need to be oh so careful as the zone is closing in. Falcon still not completely set up for a pretty good fight right now. They are still heavily pinned as Yusuf continues to just keep an eye on this high ground for the team.
Oh, but I mean, both teams just trying to play this one as calculated as they can. No one wants to be the team walking out in second position. And of course, Falcons already tasting, having a beautiful taste rather at victory, as you've mentioned, coming through on that very first match. But now, Rico Infinity looking to bring in a bit of a bounce back. Of course, they took the 9th position over on towards Erangel, so they're definitely looking to bring in some improvements there. As you can see, Yusuf now getting spotted out on the top of the ridge, as we do have Ida now coming in. Oh, beautiful hits, beautiful trade coming in on both sides. But now they are being forced to rotate even closer. Falcons not having a lot of options here with regards to the positions here. Yusuf has to make that dash, and of course with that does get traded on down. But now Rico Infinity looking to make a bit of a comeback here. Will this be the winner chicken dinner for them? As we can see those nades getting sent out very, very close to SK Ton. But up comes the rush now. Will they be able to lock it in? Damar on the defensive line looking to keep it up. Never alone also right there alongside him to ensure that there is no potential play for Rico Infinity to get themselves back into this next phase.
That's a good nade for onto SK Tom, but he's not going to get taken down here. Taking a lot of damage from the blue, though. A couple of bullets could just be enough to finish him up. Prestilige taking some fire as well, as Omar just peeking over that ridge line. SK Tom so low. They're going to find the knock onto him. He is down for the moment as they're going to look to push further forward. Rico Infinity only got one left. It's Prestilige. He needs to pull a miracle off here. He's got the Molotov. He's going to throw it out towards Omar. Try and see if he can find that damage. So the nades are coming in, and Prestilige already taking himself one shot here. He's going to peek over the ridge looking for the pick, but Falcons get their second dinner of the day.
Oh, what a beautiful swoop coming in there as Falcons land themselves yet another winner chicken dinner, locking in some pretty well-deserved points once again. And this time, not only stopping at where they did the first time, but instead pushing even further. So absolutely beautiful performance coming in from Falcons.
Absolutely stellar from Falcons. That is 2 wins back-to-back, and they've gone from a team who had a rough start to a middling performance across day number 1, have bounced back so hard. Let's have a look at the match rankings. Let's see the points that Falcons have been able to put themselves together. It's a 26-point game for them. They have close, if not hit 50 points today already. An absolutely amazing performance from Team Falcons. NASR, not as good as earlier, but there's a couple of teams who are showing up today who didn't show up yesterday. And you're looking CONQUEROR in 8th. That is the best of the front runners. Umbra have probably had 4. Actually, yes, have had 4 bad games back to back. And that spot at the top is slipping away from them.
Yeah, it's a really tough one to be, but of course, I mean, look at this, right? So Falcons finishing on 26. They picked up 8 elims in the first one, 11 this time around, and now as we move into that second page, it is still some very slim pickings. Of course, we know CONQUEROR Iraq also coming in with 1 placement and 4 eliminations, exactly the same as what we see here for Nigma Galaxy. But then it's been a pretty tough run coming through there for Virtual Gaming and Team Umbra, as both these teams now get sent back with not a single point being acquired in this match.
I guess the one good thing you can take from this is for Umbra, they were able to, have a really good day 1. So the points for them was sitting pretty comfortable, and they were very, very happy on that one. So, at least for Umbra, they're pretty comfortably in their spot, but they need to start pulling some good wins out. Otherwise, they are in some really, really dire straits. But you can see our MVPs for this game, Damar, Lord, and ID7. Damar, 8 eliminations. That's a lot of work coming in.
Yeah, I mean, Ida there for the side of Rico doing some pretty good stuff there, as we can see, coming in with quite a decent amount of damage being dealt. But yes, Damar there for Falcons, absolutely just running away in a beautiful conversion rate we see, right? 8 eliminations to the 813 damage. So almost every amount of damage that was dealt resulted in a successful elimination being traded off there.
Yeah, absolutely. Some really, really stellar games coming in from Falcons. And the question for me is, can they keep it up? Because after this, we're going to be going on back to Erangel, and they've taken a win there. They've taken a win on Miramar. If they find a 3rd win today, they are setting themselves up for some serious... Wow, language is hard. Some serious success for the rest of this weekend. And 2 wins back-to-back, 2 high elimination wins as well. Earn themselves a lot of points and put themselves in a very, very comfortable position. I'm starting to question, some of the teams that might that are going to be challenging them. Obviously, NASR, very, very good couple of games for them back-to-back as well. But these teams like Umbra, horrific last 4 games. Nigma, yeah, their placement was pretty good last game, but they just got absolutely railed on that open area. And again, Nigma, their rotations are starting to come out as a question point for me, DK.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a tough play and some really difficult decisions to make. But looking at where that zone had moved, I'm not surprised to see kind of the result that we received at the end of the day. But I mean, looking at the overall performances, Falcons really looking to replicate what Umbra was able to do just yesterday. So I'm loving this continuous back and forth, teams really just sticking it to each other and looking to make it as competitive as they possibly can.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how everything plays out across the next couple of days. Also, the key thing I want to talk about and like keep my eye on is the circles, because obviously Falcons would seem to be pretty good when the circles are kind and don't force them into, you know, really awkward and kind of forced rotations. When it's a more central or, you know, close to where they're dropping the circles, Falcons can get themselves set up and then take fights on their terms. But what it seemed like yesterday, where the circles were very all over the place and forcing teams into awkward and kind of forced rotations earlier than they want to, it meant they couldn't really get dug down because the circles are constantly forcing them to move. Falcons seem to struggle there. So that's going to be the big thing for me, is how the circles kind of fall throughout the rest of the day and, you know, see how Falcons are able to handle that. Anyway, it's time for us to throw to a very quick break. When we're back with game number 3. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you in a moment. everybody, and welcome back to the PMPL MEA. I am HitBrain. I will be joined by Highland Wolf shortly, but Jake is just sorting out some technical issues. So you just got me for the pregame. So we've had 2 Falcons wins back to back, and I instantly want to take a look at where that does us, where that puts us in the standings for our team. So I want to see exactly how we're doing. I didn't hear what was said in my ear. We're going into game, so it doesn't matter. We'll have a look at the points later. Who cares? Falcons, absolutely amazing game. Highland Wolf, you're unmuted. Hello. Okay, so apparently you're not unmuted. It's all me, baby. Yes, this is a pretty interesting playing path. Last time me and Jake got to cast together, we got some interesting circles on playing paths, and it looks like we might be continuing that trend. Question for me is, where are we going to see this circle go? We had some pretty standard circles to start. I saw some pretty kind circles, I like to call them, for both Falcons in both the matches, and that seems to favor them. They seem to be pretty comfortable when the circles are less aggressive and force you into more hasty rotations around the map. So that's going to be my key point of focus, to see where this circle goes. We've seen Ooredoo Thunders fairly consistently drop towards the military base. But 2 games in a row, they have had a pretty rough start to the game, losing a player or 2, and it's cost them pretty heavily as far as they've been able to stand. You can see Ooredoo Thunders dropping dead center on the military base, and you can see a couple of other teams as well, INTRUDER, dropping in that area as well. It seems to be like this base might be the area where a couple of teams are dropping, but it's a more northern circle to start us off here for all of these teams. So this will force Ooredoo across the bridge, and the key thing here is going to be how this circle forces these teams across these bridges, and who looks to try and gatekeep them, if they look to gatekeep them and maybe farm themselves up a couple of kills, because Twisted Minds are in the area for that eastern bridge, and there's a bunch of teams all clustered over in that western direction, so the western bridge also could get held by a couple of different teams. I believe it's actually CONQUEROR who are closest right now to that bridge, but Sanhok seems to be where our circle will be closing us in. I'm hoping we're going to get Jake back fairly soon, so I don't have to continue to fill. Are you back? No, he's not live yet. Here he is.
I'm being pushed live. I'm live on your screens, everyone, as we're jumping into the 3rd game. Oh, we're back though, HitBrain. And from what I've heard from my 2 games that I've avoided here for today, Ooredoo, the team that we're looking at right now, hasn't been doing so hot. The first game, we saw them really struggle when it came over to that more bridge side, coming across the river and into that South Island. And then the second game, again, not really their forte here.
Yeah, I think we've had quite a few teams struggling today who maybe you wouldn't have expected to struggle from their form yesterday. CONQUEROR obviously had a really great recovery in the latter half of yesterday, but hasn't been the best start to the day for them. And Umbra, another team, very low scoring, 0 points in the second game and only a couple of points in the first game. So I think it was 10 points, and most of that was just for eliminations. Their placement was horrific. I can't remember which way around it was. Either way, they got about 10 points. So a lot of teams are going to be closing in on them. Twisted Minds also a pretty rough start to the day. Nigma, again, they've been able to accrue some points for themselves, but nothing too monumental, nothing that's going to swing the state of the game for them. While this is given the likes of NASR, this is given the likes of Falcons a real opportunity to kind of climb up the rankings and become relevant once again.
Look, I think here for Rico Infinity Esports, they have the biggest climb to make. And it's been great to see them, particularly in that second match on Miramar, to be able to climb and to be able to get those points. We were expecting Rico, quite frankly, to be able to acquire in that first day of games. And to see them on that second half of the leaderboard at the end of day 1 was, I think, a shocker for me. I think a shocker for the fans as well. So to see again that resurgence of Rico, I'm hoping that they can keep that going, but they can keep these points coming in for the squad, because they definitely need it, considering they missed out on that first day of games. But it is going to be a little bit easier. Being said, as you say, that Umbra, that team on top, has also not been as great performing today. It has been Falcons who have been rising up to the top of that leaderboard.
it really feels like the bottom of the ranks are kind of recovering after today, especially when you've had some of these, you know, bigger teams not doing as well as expected coming into the second day. So I think this is going to do some real wonders for the scoreboards and really kind of keep everybody relevant and alive, especially if it continues this way for the rest of the day. I low-key kind of hope for that. I'd love to see some of these bottom teams kind of catch up and almost give us a slight reset on the table going into day number 3. Umbra, though, they really need to come back. If you are an Umbra fan, you need them to sort themselves out. They were obviously the front-running team coming into today, the best team we had from Africa, from a region which only has 6 representatives in this tournament.
Yeah.
They really, really want to keep them, if anything, just regional pride. Want to keep that going for them.
Yeah, I think for Africa, it wasn't the greatest showing as well, seeing that only Umbra was that team. Very high, of course, highest on that leaderboard in first position by the end of day 1, but 5 of those teams starting today on that second half of the leaderboard, in G3 being one of them. I think that we are beginning to see here and there glimmers of skill coming through from the African region, showing us what they can do, but on the other side of that, there's also not been that consistency, and that's what's been really struggling here for these African teams, is having those good results, yes, in 1 or 2 team fights, but then being able to carry that through into a good performance overall in the game, or a series of games across a whole day of that. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, Nigma, they've been having pretty consistent drop spots. They've been able to not actually get in any early action. I think that's the big thing, is they've avoided a lot of that early action and been able to kind of read the map later and take some really good fights for themselves. So I'm curious to see, you know, what's been going wrong for them today, because it felt like they've been doing pretty much more or less the same they were doing in day 1, but have been suffering a little bit more for it today. Maybe teams have just got a better read and everyone's feeling a little bit more warmed up going into day number 2. You know, that kind of more hesitant play style we see seems to have fallen away a little bit, and teams feeling way more comfortable.
I mean, this is pretty natural, right? As you come into the competition, a 4-day competition, teams bound to be very hesitant on that first day, because again, it is going to be a quarter of your competition's worth of points in that first day alone, and you can see the teams are taking advantage of that. I think particularly, even though Falcons are rising even stronger, you could see them slightly hesitant, not willing to maybe go as for many plays. CONQUEROR being another of those teams that have really started to overperform compared to yesterday's performance, especially on his bridges. You can see once again, Ooredoo is walking what looks to be straight into a trap here by Groza.
Oh, they spotted Groza out though. Smoker jumped over. He's seen him, and Groza instantly going to get the backup though. He gets Smoker, a knock onto him immediately. He's got the nade as well. This could just be Ooredoo losing another member so quickly, as the nade gonna hit the wall, doesn't quite bounce off, doesn't quite get the damage, and Groza actually untouched for the moment, just trying to smoke them out with these molotovs, with these nades. But Rio taking on a bunch of damage from Rex over the wall, and that's gonna be a knock of a nade as well. Rex taking a whole bunch of damage, able to keep himself up for the moment, and he's gonna find himself Rio with a cheeky knock in response. Should be able to get Smoker up. Groza's down, Rio's down. Reva's going to have to find a hell of a nade here. He's not going to be able to do so. Just gets a little bit of damage off.
Still, I mean, for Ooredoo to take this fight, though, Hip, it's pretty big bravery coming through here for Ooredoo to take this once more. We saw in that first game, it didn't really work out for them. Rex still firing through those grenades and trying to create a little bit of pressure for Revan so that they cannot come forward. The Molotov, as a result, with that nade, does go slightly short of the revive on those 2 members of Ooredoo. So the work has been done there. Groza couldn't really find the greatest of angle to really give that information away for the teammates on behind on where that molly should have landed. And as a result, Groza giving his position away does get caught out, and now Reva on the backside also now has to escape. So for Ooredoo, despite this going pretty poorly at the start of this fight, we've actually been able to turn it based on that patience, and they didn't rush in onto that fight as they had done in that first game. So learning from mistakes.
Yeah, big recovery actually from what was essentially the same setup in the first game. This time able to bounce back as they were ready for it, and they're able to take CONQUEROR out. So this bridge been a real problem for both of these teams. Ooredoo more so in the first game, but we've seen the circle looking to close in, and again it's fairly central, so see who that kind of favors as the action still is breaking out around this bridge area. A couple of teams actually maybe looking to close in and maybe add as a third party into this action.
Ooredoo still not done though yet. They find CONQUEROR. That was pretty big. Is now, yes, you lose Rex on the middle of that bridge, but CONQUEROR going down is a big shock now for CONQUEROR because you lose that middleman in between the back ends that you are having between your two flanking members. So now that you lose that, Rever has now no longer CONQUEROR there to support him. So you're isolating these two CONQUEROR members apart. And yes, also they had Twisted Mind, even as that third party, continuing to now upset these two teams further and making that struggle even harder, as Twisted Minds also eliminate, though, through one of course, those Ooredoo members.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it looks like Twisted Minds are still waiting to maybe cash in on who they can. Smoker continues to have this fight with CONQUEROR from this bridge position, just spraying into the smoke to see if he can kind of hit onto these people. They are going to be able to get the revive here from Rever. CONQUEROR not going to get punished too heavily here. Already going to reposition and get out of this bridge area because they are in the firing line right now.
Still, CONQUEROR holding for now inside of the blue. Phase 2 has hit and it has gone towards this more northern side, I do imagine, by the way these teams are positioning. I would love to see that mini-map as well on these teams up towards that northern side, also rotating in to see how Ooredoo and CONQUEROR moving into this zone, how that's going to affect them too, because you undoubtedly have also these teams here, Hip, going in for the northern side, down into also here Ooredoo and CONQUEROR, and to see them still fighting at this point, not only in the future are they going to suffer from these teams taking up the space from that northern side into that phase 2, phase 3 zone, but they're not going to have the information either to combat these squads because they're so preoccupied by fighting each other again on this bridge.
Yeah, they're just completely content staying here, tanking the blue, trying to take each other out. And at the end of the day, I think this shoots them both in the foot, to be completely honest. They've got a long way to go to get themselves towards this circle. Because if this circle turns... Well, I mean, they're not far away now. But if this circle does end up going a little bit more north, it's going to force them to react and have to move and kind of give up the fight. And they're constantly going to be on each other this whole time as they chase the circle. We can see Falcons quite happily set up within the circle themselves as well. And like I was saying earlier, it feels like a lot of these games seem to favor them when the circle is, you know, on top of them and they're able to buckle down and hold out. It is going to force them slightly to the east, but this bridge fight needs to end now.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, that bridge fight with that zone shift is a pretty scary shift indeed. Everett's going to be taken up by YaLLa. YaLLa, a very comfortable team. This is usually their comfort. If they can grab this spot on Erangel, that's usually where they will be going. And as a result, you're really looking at YaLLa potentially having a very strong hold onto this game. However, Rico Infinity also behind them. And all of these teams, as we say, coming up from the south side, going to be rushing in onto that phase 3 zone already so difficult. Does create there a few problems on how YaLLa are going to be controlling this one. And that's what I'm looking for YaLLa to be able to make this split, but an effective split. You can see that through by Powerful and Boomper actually sticking together as that two-man and acknowledging that that's where the majority of these players are going to be. So keeping those two players closer together and then splitting the singles off to the side, which is going to be slightly more quieter in the zone, catch those flanking teams, is a very smart decision on separation of your players by YaLLa overall.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this eastern side of the circle is going to be home for a lot of action as CONQUEROR tanking that blue, and I actually think it might just be going down here. Yep, taken out, and Smoker able to finish up CONQUEROR. CONQUEROR will lose their third man and only have one left, so for Rever, it's going to be very much playing for placement, although Smoker has spotted him out. Rever actually able to find himself the knock onto Smoker, taking him down. And Ooredoo also losing out heavily on this fight as they are losing members left, right, and center. Rever needs to be very careful because Rex is in the area. This could be the end of both of these teams as they are looking for it. Smoker will go down, tanking out onto that blue. Rex is just going to get back on the buggy and get the hell out of Dodge. He doesn't want anything to do with this action. Wants to reposition, wants to leave. But CONQUEROR, the damage has been done for both them and Ooredoo. This bridge is costing them so heavily. As the looks like freak here from Nigma has spotted out Myths and has got the rest of his team in a rough area around him, but not quite close enough.
Oh, yeah.
This could get a little bit scary for Myths.
Myths, so I think the patience really is the smartest decision here for Myths to hold. I mean, yes, you are looking with Myths similar to actually YaLLa in a way in which they're playing. You want to be cautious of when you are looking at these teams coming up towards that hillside. A little bit trickier for Myths because they obviously have YaLLa up above the hillside towards them, so they can't really move. And there actually makes it more important for Myths to be able to hold that position more so, because if they are forced out by a team entering into the compound instead of trying to hold their ground, YaLLa very easily shuts them down. Similar thing happening here with Virtual Gaming, where in an alternate scenario, they have tried to hold their ground on this high ground overall on the hill, and as a result, they, yes, are in the blue, but they're able to fend off O1 Esports' initial push, and they're able to get a little bit more room for them, albeit it's still pretty dire, and you can still see with a brilliant nade through from O1, just making it even harder for them to find that position further in.
There's still so many people alive, and this circle is incredibly tight, so expect to see a lot more action break out as Falcon actually got themselves on the other side of the river mostly, so they need to join up at last and actually get closer towards this circle. And they actually might be able to gatekeep this bridge here and really force a couple of people into some pretty hairy situations if Falcon want to go for that. But they also could just rely on waiting into the later stages, as there's going to be the damage coming in from 0-1. Virtual Gaming under some serious fire, blowing up the car, taking them down, and Virtual Gaming are out of this lobby.
Virtual, difficult, I think, day for them yesterday. A difficult day again for them today. And Virtual really going to need those points coming into the final 3 games. I don't know really what they have to do. I think it's all in that early game. It's a positioning really harming Virtual. But even in... Oh! Is that Pan? Oh! I wanted it to be a Pan, but it wasn't though here. Slightly disappointing. I thought I got debated there by the replay into the Pan knock, but it wasn't to be the case. Instead, 90th minute up against YaLLa.
Yeah, this is a really hairy fight for the high ground here. Ragnar doing quite a lot of work here on that front line, just kind of being the foreman for his team as Hoppin trying to just hide down. Powerful getting some shots off in the distance as well, as look at Bumper coming in onto that flank, trying to see if he can get some spray, get some additional damage into these 90th minute members. They've had such a rough couple of days, and losing this fight here could be so detrimental for them in the standings. As Twisted Advantage joining in on the third, they're coming in on the flank. YaLLa are pincered, and it's just completely brutal. They have nothing to do. They have nowhere to go. Twisted Minds able to do so much work here. 90th minute. They just need to buckle down and let YaLLa just fall and succumb to this pincer.
YaLLa, they are holding for now. In Hipbrain, I don't think that these teams have the oomph to be able to turn YaLLa against each other, with also now Twisted Minds pushing in on the backside, trying to draw the attention, split the firepower from YaLLa. 90th minute, though, you can see them 2 down, but trying to make the revive. YaLLa, they need to do something with this moment, and because they don't, Ragnar now down as Gaga lands a brilliant nade back on top of them.
Absolutely. It looks like Bumba actually chasing towards the Twisted Mind members. A lot of smokes down on the ground, and I mean, if he peers over that wall for just a moment, it could get really scary. But 90th minute actually closing in. Bumba taking a lot of damage, and that is going to be the end of YaLLa. They are just taken out alongside Intruder. As now there's only 2 teams who stand at the top of this hill looking to continue the fight, as 90th minute feeling themselves after winning that fight versus YaLLa. But do need to be a little bit careful. Obviously, this circle will be closing in and can and potentially could force them out from this high ground position. But it's at least going to force them towards Twisted, as yes, the circle's going to close in even further. So 90th minute, they need to push up into Twisted Minds.
Yeah. I think for here, 90th minute, they really were able to force a demise of YaLLa by being able to get up on top of that hill. If YaLLa could have stopped them on that hillside, the blue zone doesn't work, and they're able to still hold Twisted Minds from coming up on the top of the hill. As soon as YaLLa go towards 90th minute, you are giving the access through to Twisted Minds. In 90th minute, as much as they took down YaLLa, they now face the exact same problem. The blue zone is that 3rd team, and it's all the curtains here as Twisted Minds look to finish up the rest of the place.
Yeah, shooting fish in a barrel, unfortunately, for 90th minute. They are on that low ground. They are at the whim of Twisted Minds. Gaga trying to keep himself up for the moment, but it's just getting hairy as the circle's closing tighter and tighter in on them. Falcons have been able to get themselves closed in as well. And looks like, once again, we got a few teams who we didn't expect to make it this far in, although Umbra have been able to hold out for at least a fair amount of time this time. So we'll keep our eyes on some of those other teams. There's Dami looking for NASR now, who've joined in onto the fray. Dami can take a whole lot of hurt here as he jumps in forwards. 90th minute going to get knocked out, and NASR going to lose a player as well, as Dami can now continue to push up further towards the rest of NASR.
NASR really looking so darn strong in this mountainside. It's been all about this mountainside as Phase 5 has really centralized its gaze here, should I say, onto this mountain itself. Twisted Mind still in control of it. NASR, though, finding their footing. Miss also coming in from underneath. And it's even, I think, the real threat is these teams to the northern side, though. You can see Nigma, they're trying to edge their way in. They're stopping now Falcons, but with Rico also now behind them, Nigma are in a really dire position where they are looking to be actually swept around by Rico from the back end.
And this is, unfortunately, the critical failure of Nigma have had in the last couple of games. They've just not respected who's around them and have kind of left themselves in the open and open to fire, which has costed them very, very heavily in the last couple of fights. So, see, a lot of smoke's coming down on the bottom of the mountainside. It's been about the top for a while, but we're now focusing more towards the bottom as Damar throwing the smokes down, trying to just deal with the vehicles as well. As Last, going to get himself revived, not going to be in too much trouble quite yet, but there's still so many people. There's 30 players right now, Wolf. And I'm really, really scary.
I mean, the smokes are brilliant, though, through from Nigma Galaxy. They're doing exactly what we need to by putting smokes behind them rather than on top. They're blocking the vision through from Rico Infinity to be able to fire down upon them while still keeping the vision for themselves onto those teams like Falcons, onto those teams, of course, like also up above, Umbra, who are going to be their adversary as they come over that top of the mountainside onto the other end. So it's really smart work overall from Nigma. It's why they're still alive in this game, but I don't think it's going to be enough. You can see, unfortunately, yes, they've only got one player. They do pick up 5 kills, but I think that's for all she wrote here for Nigma overall.
Yeah, that might just be it for Nigma. It's been a very, very tough day for them. So on our third map, and again, it's an underwhelming performance from them. Slime 40k though, just getting, I remember, knocked, but they're still in the running here, although they may lose Pronto momentarily. Is actually no, Plaza making sure that he's able to get some additional damage off and force Twisted Mind. Twisted Mind's actually going to have to come down the mountain a little bit, as it looks like these final circles are going to be all about the bottom half, as Dami taking a whole lot of damage there. Miracle able to find the knock onto him, as SK Ton closing in with the rest of his team, but he's also getting flanked by the last 2 members of G3, and this hillside battle, this terrain fight to close out this third game. So fun, so interesting, as Nigma will get knocked out. Umbra still in the runnings though, as that's going to be Ragnarok looking for one of the G3 members. Flacco into the smoke he goes, trying to get himself out, but Ragnarok keeping the pressure up and keeping him in that smoke and down, but Twisted Mind still have the high ground to work with.
Twisted Minds do indeed, and they're still in control, but they need to get out of the danger zone. You can see that as that zone has moved away from them, NASR now in massive control of this game. Slime 4KT also taking their opportunity to pressure down Twisted Minds as they have succumbed to the pressure of Phase 6, and as it engulfs them, they have no choice but to run. Slime 4KT playing though with danger here as A2 on the edge.
Yeah, Dami does take himself a little bit of damage there, but he's A-okay. That nade does a lot of work to him. But now Twisted Minds, they won the battle for the high ground, but they are being pressured by more teams. And the question is how many resources have they got to work with? Had they burnt too much? As in comes Slime 4KT, Slime able to find himself the kill. Aimer does it. NASR are going to get knocked out in the meanwhile. Slime have actually been able to really heavily pressure their way up, and Twisted Minds are out, knocked out from this high ground, and Slime are coming alive here. Does look like Falcons the only team remaining with that one player. Sorry, the team remaining with one player in some really, really dire straits now. They've had an amazing start to today. As it looks like Myth's pushing up here onto Slime. Seeing if they can deal with them. Slime holding the high ground though. We are going to lose Rico Infinity. Umbra pushing forward to deal with Myths. Can they do it? Pushing over. That's going to be the knock hit. That's going to be the takedown as Myths are taken down. Umbra able to get themselves into this position of power. Falcon though still holding on with that one single player, as now Slime are actually going to push, find themselves the knock and looking for the full takedown onto Umbra, as now another player going under fire here. Storm, he's going to get himself knocked. Falcons, Damar, can he hold on? Can he keep this going? As Slime have lost 2 players already, the knock goes down, and Umbra, they're the ones to work with, as Shadowden almost able to take down, is able to take down Slime, and Falcon has to 1v3 here. Damar, can he do it? Shadowden very, very low from the knock. Looking to get up that fun, but it's going to have to be a hell of a performance from Damar to keep this going.
Still, Damar, he's got the low ground. He's got none of the Umbra members here, knowing exactly where he is. There are a few low health bars of Umbra, but I doubt Umbra should lose this one.
No, it does feel like this is going to get infinitely harder here for Damar, but he's looking for Wasted, and there it is, a clean sweep for Umbra, not losing a single player. It was a rough start to the day, but they have bounced back with a chicken dinner in map number 3.
Umbra looking darn strong coming back through from that third game. We needed that performance through from Umbra, quite frankly, because they weren't looking that great here.
Yeah.
They were looking like they were struggling overall in that first and second game, particularly the second game of today. And to see them now come up strong in that third game, to see them have that consistency, not only was it what we were looking for, but we talked about it, the hope from the African region as well, to see the African representative back on top of that leaderboard once again.
Well, it's going to do them wonders for holding that top spot as well. Let's have a look at the match ranking to see exactly how many points Umbra did earn after that game. 29 points for Umbra, 14 eliminations. It's as if they just woke up in this third game, because they obviously realized that they were potentially going to be losing their slip. But look at Falcons again. Another really good round of points for them. Slime also recovering pretty heavily there. And you're looking at the likes of Nigma, still pretty low in the rankings, able to keep themselves semi-relevant. But there's a bunch of teams who are not doing particularly well coming into day 2. And yeah, I can't wait to see the overall scoreboard to see exactly how things are looking.
Right, I mean, realistically, Umbra, yes, they do get themselves some big points, but also equally, you can argue that Falcons also stepping up there to be able to survive towards the end. Nigma also came in with those 5 kills, keep in mind. Even their Twisted Minds, they had those extra kills they were picking up through from YaLLa, through from Slime 4KT, and they were able to also garner some points. So it's not as big of a lead as one might expect, actually, from Umbra in that singular game.
Well, it's honestly, CONQUEROR, not a great recovery. They had a great end of the day yesterday. But, for CONQUEROR, the big thing is if they only play well in the second half of the day, I don't know if that's going to be enough, because they took another fight. This time it did not go well for them on that bridge. And we can see our MVPs all from Umbra. Absolutely flawless game from these guys, and a heroic bounce back from our first place team. Absolutely stellar stuff coming in. 4 kills for Shadowden and Wasted and Mortzella. Let's actually have a look at the overall standings as well to see how we are looking. Now we're at the halfway mark in the day. Team Umbra 124 points, but wow! Falcons 120. An absolutely amazing recovery coming through.
Yeah, we were expecting this from Falcons. Consistency that they had throughout today's games, straight back up there in towards that contention for first place. Umbra, yes, sniped away from them, but I think you cannot also count out the fact that even though Falcons and Umbra are creating this lead for first and second, there is still the rest of these days and the rest of these games to go. And Nigma Twisted Minds, they are also equally close, where if you have a 30-point game or so, and we're not not seen it before, it's possible from even teams like Nigma, who have had these types of matches, to also see them in contention there, just after even a bad match from Umbra in the same match.
I mean, we've seen Nigma pull out the 30 bomb on the first game of yesterday,
Exactly
so we
right.
know they're capable of it. And you know, this ranking is looking way tighter than it was yesterday. We were seeing Umbra so far ahead that it felt like it was going to have to be a hell of a day to catch up to them, and it has been a hell of a day. 90th minute virtual gaming, yes, they are in some relatively dire straits. It's amazing to see the recovery from Intruder. They were sitting at the bottom coming into today, and they've had some pretty good games, and same for Slime as well. These two other African teams slowly starting to kind of climb their way back up the ladder. Ooredoo Thunders, though, they have slipped a severe amount of placements in the overall rankings.
Yeah, Ooredoo Thunders, I think they're really struggling. It all comes off, I think, momentum and their struggle from that first game. Yes, they were trying some different strategies in that third match, but I really, really worry for them in a capability, quite frankly, of being able to not only fight, but also have that future ideas of zones too. But if we check out also what you can earn at home too is your own prizes here with the PMPL 2022 special crate is on sale, and you can get it in-game after May the 25th. All of the championship players are wearing the set as well. And if you want to get the set, you can jump online and get it yourselves in-game. But that is all from our third match here, as we're going to be jumping into Sanhok after a short break for the fourth game.
everybody, and welcome back to the PMPL MEA. I'm Hiprin, joined by Highland Wolf on camera, finally, as we are coming out of map number 3 and heading towards Sanhok. Been a very, very good day so far, Jake, for Falcons. They have had some very consistent placements and have shot up the rankings into a very close second to first.
I mean, here, Falcons, we expected them to be good on the Erangel, and to see them performing this good, though, consistently across today, across other maps too, this tournament so far, it's been a beautiful thing to watch. But can they keep that up? Because Falcons, they've still got a long way to go, and realistically, so do Umbra. Yes, we are saying, well, this team is ahead, this team is in second. We also got to keep in mind, as we said before the break, that Nigma Twisted Minds are also chasing their tails in 3rd and 4th position too. And you've still got teams there on that first page of the leaderboard just behind them also.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, today is way tighter than it was yesterday. When we're looking at the standings around this point yesterday, the game was... the standings were very like, oh, wow, Umbra are just miles ahead and Nigma are kind of close, but everyone else is super far behind. It feels like, you know, first through to at least 5th is very, very close in the standings. And then below that's a fairly close chunk. And then below that's a fairly close chunk. And it feels like these chunks are able to move and people can kind of easily flow between the standings. So, Umbra have had a bad start to the day. They won that last round. But if they, again, have a bad game, I really see the standings can be shaken up heavily, and it's still 2 more days after today as well, and we don't even know what's going on in the second half of the day, but we are going to be going into Sanhok, a bit of a smaller map, more condensed, more tight, and it feels like Umbra seem to excel in these very, very clustered together like map states where the games they were playing, the Ridge fight that we saw at the end of that last game, very favored them massively because they were able to pick up a lot of kills. They were able to really farm those placement points as well, obviously with the first and just the elimination points. I'm so excited to see this game.
I mean, Sanhok is my favorite map of them all, and I want to see what these teams can do on it. We saw what was a very interesting, I think, showing from Sanhok. Something that I wasn't really expecting. A bit of a throw, we could say, from YaLLa from yesterday's Sanhok. And also some interesting rotations, of course, towards that more northwestern island finish. Maybe we see something different, but if we do see these same tendencies, I'm a little bit concerned for some of these squads early on, because there were a lot of mistakes being made by some teams, particularly even now towards Cow, teams not really recognizing those fights. Instead, the fight's looking like YaLLa will, yes, fight Slime for KT this time in boot camp, but also you see in Paradise Resorts, the rest are missed. They've moved for 1 fight out of virtual gaming, but then into Rico.
Yeah, they really have. It's looking like the circle itself as well is going to be, towards the islands as well. It's been an interesting one to see how this goes down. But already, Rico Infinity and Myths have found each other out, and they've already been able to knock 1 member, maybe even make that 2 at this rate, as that's going to be another one. SK-Ton coming up huge with the early damage, and Prestilage coming around the edge as well. Myths have got 3 members down. It is a slaughter to start us off.
I mean, I kind of expected it to happen to Myths, realistically. Rico, this is like their bread and butter for a location. They know exactly how to control this, and Rico are such a high caliber team. And for Myths just to almost disrespect, jump in on their own compound and just say, we're going to fight you, but we don't really know how you play. We don't really know how we're going to take this compound away from you. And it shows that they didn't have that preparation. They were just trying to move from Cow from 1 fight, but not really understanding where the other teams were in the other parts of this map. And as a right result, they get punished for it.
I'm having another couple of teams sharing a drop spot here as YaLLa and Slime Fork to KT. Or KT, sorry. I don't know how I got that so wrong. Are looking to try and have a bit of a scrap here. A lot of damage coming in, and already we've got 1 down. There's so much action to open us up here on Sanhok. It's going to hop over this wall and get closer towards the rest of Slime as Aimer. Gonna have to be some pretty good aiming coming in from him. Trying to get this damage out from over the wall. The rest of the team are in a fairly close proximity to him. It is getting tight.
I like it so coming through from YaLLa. They understand they weren't really surviving, trying to go across that river. A really scuffed rotation yesterday. We might as well try. If you're going to go down to 16th position, give your kill points over to a team, at least do it in your home territory. And this is boot camp for YaLLa. And this is also Slime, so home territory. Keep in mind, Slime also very comfortable with this location, and you can see the patience here in the Lobster building. Slime understanding that they don't want to be caught out here. Aimer hasn't even moved for the last minute, waiting for that sole member to come in. Steps up, but crucially, again, doesn't move too much, so doesn't give the position away. Aimer finally sprayed down over the window, tries to find a shot, the nade over the top, but goes wide.
They're not going to be able to find it as Powerful is going to look to try and get the damage on over through the window, coming in with his shots. Aimer able to dodge away. They're still just trying to scrap each other out, trying to find each other. Aimer actually goes a little bit lower now, down towards the stairs. Powerful, I actually lost track of him there, so didn't see exactly where he went. They know he's in the area. They know he's about. Aimer, it's only a matter of time before this gets really heated for him. He's separated. He's isolated from the rest of his team, and Hoppin might just jump over the wall for him. Powerful's going to make his way in. That's going to be the damage. The knock comes in from Aimer. Really, really crisp and clean stuff. YaLLa suffering a little bit here as another one comes in. Aimer finds two. He gets himself knocked in response finally as Powerful comes in. But Aimer doing some serious damage as Ragnar coming in and Slime are taken out.
I think really Slime, they had a brilliant showing through from Aimer to take two, to play it slow, to actually pick apart YaLLa. The problem was that YaLLa was all on top of that play, and we can see also there, unfortunately, yes, Rico being all over miss. But to go back to the fact of Slime were not as together as YaLLa were going into that building and going into the play together. That's why YaLLa, even though they lost two members, they were that one-man unit versus Slime trying to rush in to do catch up to the work that Aimer had already done for the squad. And as a result, they weren't ready. They get caught out by running into their own death, essentially. As YaLLa, they use those footstep cues of Slime and they pick them apart very, very easily.
Yeah, the scary thing now, though, is for YaLLa, they've used a lot in that fight, and Umbra were waiting in the wings, so there is a world where Umbra could maybe get a bit of a jump, but it looks like Umbra, they are separated. They're a little scattered. They're only a 3-man unit at the moment, so they're going to call it off, step away, and just play this a little bit more calm and collected.
Still, a bit quiet here on the rest of the map. Painan, the rest of the three major locations here, Twisted Minds taking sole control of it. I'm surprised that actually Painan hasn't been as contested. It has been more of a rotational section. We've also not really seen it too much because also that was a very northwesterly zone yesterday. So maybe now that we start to see Painan a little bit more involved in this first phase zone, potentially teams going to use it as we may expect to rotate in between one side of Sanhok to the other, particularly those from, I think, Ruins. We speak of the likes of YaLLa Esports, who in the past competitions usually do make that rotation across Painan slightly later, if it is going to be towards more of that eastern zone.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see where that closes in a little bit later. For now, you know, we've had a lot of action to start us off. Down to 55 players already lost. One of our teams in Slime. Virtual Gaming, our eyes are on them right now because it's been a rough couple of days for them. It's been a rough moment. So we need to see kind of, can Virtual Gamers come back, or is this just going to be, unfortunately, the status quo for this team? As Twisted Minds or Web and NASR are about. See them over the ridge, but not sure whether or not we're actually going to see any fights break out. It's quite a long distance to take this fight, although Volkis shooting down into the smokes to see if he can hit anybody. Almost landing onto Ragnar, actually getting some shots in and able to do a little bit of chip damage to Ragnar.
But nothing really too detrimental here. Is NASR also just going to step back, understand it's Twisted Minds, or a team that has control of Painan, looking to try to go down onto the compound. Instead, they will just take that hillside, I imagine, and try to split across it. The rest of these teams still going to be looking towards that first phase zone as that does come to a draw. And phase 2 really is going to tell a lot more of the picture. These teams really reluctant, I think, to move too much heavily into this zone. Judging by the fact that we saw yesterday, you can see those hard shifts come through on Sanhok. And throughout, I think the competition has been the very nature of hard shift type zones. And this also does affect the mentality of these players. And we see that in, I think, today's play. Yes, they are playing more aggressive, but they're playing slightly more deliberate in the way in which they rotate. They're not really making these big, bold rotations. They're only rotating these squads more so now when they need to. In a way, I actually appreciate that. And I like that these teams are holding on to the edge of that circle and not going in guns blazing for the fight, understanding the power of their own position.
Absolutely. Well, let's see what this circle closes in on. Let's see how this is going to look. So it's going to force, let's say CONQUEROR over a little bit more. But I'd say it's a fairly kind circle. Could get a final circle with a little bit of water to traverse, potentially. But Falcons off in the distance from this circle right now. Definitely had a bit of a quieter start. Maybe a little bit humbled at the ending of that last game and not able to take that third chicken dinner in a row.
Look, you can't get them all, okay? I mean, they're a little bit full after 2 courses, okay? They had to digest it. They had to make sure they gave the chicken dinner over to someone else. So now they've digested all of that chicken. They're ready. They're just warming up their bellies, as they say.
They've digested chicken, so they're ready for more chicken.
Exactly.
I get it.
I mean, you could go for a double helping. I mean, we're talking like game 4, game 5. They could be going into Erangel once more. I mean, who says they can't get a quadra chicken dinner day? I've seen it only once. I don't know if you've ever heard of it, Hip. I've seen it once in the UK scene where we had 4 chicken dinners in one day. I've never, ever seen it somewhere else. And I would love to see a team, in a way, dominate that heavily. It would not be as fun, I guess, for the overall story side of things and the tight scoreboards, but to see a team do that well in one day is just amazing nonetheless.
It's a spectacle all in itself. They'll be stuffed after 4 chicken dinners, let's be real.
Oh, they can explode.
I'm just seeing NASR, Intruder, and G3 all in very tight proximity to one another. As NASR actually working their way down the hill. Temper sees them, and the spray's coming in from Africa, so Blacko now goes, oh, actually, there's another team fighting in here, as Ragnarok's going to get himself knocked. Temper's going to take a hold on, Bruden from G3 Temper's going to take a whole bunch of damage, and you can see the Intruder closing in. There's Batika just trying to get a little bit of extra chip in, a little bit extra damage onto Bruden.
Still, G3, still waiting in the wings, not really wanting to engage onto NASR. You can see they're still trying to figure out here how to get the duo in, and I like that Bruden isn't going for his fight. They are trying to play patience here. They're trying to buy time. I think going in was a mistake, though. Loses a lot of health bar, lose a lot of the information, the surprise that they were given. They're the molly, but they lost too much health in the first engagement, and NASR, they're able to punish. I think a little bit of an overstep there from G3 on their solo member, and now not giving the time here for the rest of these members to get over the other side. Yes, they step into that molly, but it took so long for G3 to get here that you can see NASR, they were set up in Twisted Minds from the backside. There's a triple coming through for Dami. Slice and dice. NASR looked like they were going to take G3 down, but it's a triple 3-piece here for Twisted Minds once more.
And this is a 4-man fight as well, a 4-team fight, because you've also got Intruder in the area. Rocket's just going to finish up the last couple of members, and NASR are knocked out. And G3 only with that one last member. Incredibly low. Can 6 God make the hero play for the team? We'll have to see. But for now, we're going to see where this next circle closes in, because it's getting heated. It's getting tighter. I believe we just saw our final takedown there. The circle stays fairly central. And that is going to force everybody to continue on their current path, but a lot of water in this final circle, which could potentially become quite a dangerous point. These bridges may become a very important thing to control. As you can see already, a couple of teams set up on the bridges for anybody trying to cross over. Umbra got that small bridge close to them. As YaLLa, then if they can take this fight versus Rico Infinity, got this nice high ground to work with as Prestilage looking through that scope, seeing if he can find that a little bit of additional poke and chip onto Ragnar's health bar.
I think again, it's going to be a stalemate of these teams still to get in. I think Rico Infinity a big step here. YaLLa seem to have entire control. But to look back at the replay, here's a triple from Dami. In what a triple it was. You take one, you take the other two down from the other side. In a complete capitalization. I think the patience there for Twisted Minds in showing again that Twisted Minds, as much as they are an aggressive team, coming into this competition, they've been a very subdued team at times as well. They've been a very oriented team towards the position in a map rather than the fights that are happening on the map as well. And to see that all-around strength from Twisted Minds, it shows why they're in that third position. In credit to them, that they've improved a heck of a lot considering the way in which they played some of their positions in PMPL Arabia not too long ago was not nearly as perfected as they have done so now.
I'd say decisive is a good way to word it. As Yusuf is able to find himself a cheeky knock onto one of the CONQUEROR members. Should just be able to finish them up. Rio, unfortunately, not long for this lobby. He is going to get himself knocked out. Riva slowly burning down to the blue. Obviously, on Sanhok, you do take a little bit less than you did on the other maps, so can afford to be out here a little bit longer. As Prestilage is going to get taken down. Ragnar looks for two as well. Rico Infinity losing out heavily here as Hoppin's got this lovely position just where he can fire down onto them as they make their way up. And Prestilage is going to be going oh so low. Hoppin actually going to get himself knocked as well. So the nades are coming in. They're looking to finish him up. Rico Infinity just laying the nades down, laying this utility to keep YaLLa pinned at the top of this hill.
And it's Umbra who take down Hoppin and find a knock. So a massive third-party knock to save here Rico Infinity from what was going to be disaster by YaLLa, ready to subdue them at the bottom of the hillside. But because that knock comes through, Rico are able then, with that numbers advantage now, to push themselves up on top of the hill. And this is crucial, as they barely get onto this zone in time, but only for the next phase. And you can see even more teams, though, outside of that circle. Big concerns for Falcons here in CONQUEROR. Still the only two teams to move on in. Yes, that zone moves towards them in phase 4, but it's going to be an absolutely diabolical zone here for this match of Sanhok inside the ruins, and no doubt these teams are going to prioritize the center of those ruins itself, because the outside and those open flat lakes are a no-go zone.
Crucially, Intruder are actually the ones who got the first move into that, but we're back into the action here with YaLLa versus Rico Infinity. Prestilage able to finish it up. YaLLa are taken out of this game. They are fourth team to be knocked out. Myths and Ooredoo Thunders, though, only playing with one player left. And Ooredoo Thunders is kind of continuing the unfortunate circumstances they found themselves in, where they have just had a really, really rough day, as CONQUEROR also taking a whole lot of damage. There's going to be a cheeky knock from Damar, trying to catch him on the way through, and CONQUEROR just knocked out.
CONQUEROR, you see, making these aggressive plays inside of the blue, so you don't have the time to make those heads-up, forward-thinking decisions, and Falcons will so easily clap down, but they too have to make this big dive in onto the zone. They do escape the line of sight of one. They get here onto the second member of Falcons, who's already established a position. But Modi with Ralph in the edge of that play as well. Both of them sniped down and at least take out one here. Nigma Galaxy stopping Damar from being able to push up into last. And that silences down the power that Falcons will have now over Nigma going into this next phase. And that is beautiful stuff to allow Nigma this opportunity to also rotate in.
Yeah, Falcons need to get that pick up soon onto Damar. Make sure that he doesn't stay down. Nigma running a tight ship here. Looks like they are going to get to Damar in time, but they are well and truly within that zone. And Nigma are well aware of that, so they should be able to hold them at bay. I believe they actually just let Damar die there, as Ooredoo Thunders is going to get knocked out.
Yeah, they give over the med kits. They give away everything they have, so of course Nigma don't take the loot. Falcons never alone, taking everything over to their last, and they will form that duo 0-1 as well. Up towards that northern side of the zone, though, also struggling against these teams like 90th minute, crossing over that bridge, not only able to hold it here, surprisingly, considering 0-1 had a great position themselves, and they should have been capitalizing on those hillsides, but because they played towards the low ground and not fully on top of stopping that bridge crossing through the 90th, they tried to play too much between the two different teams, with virtual gaming a potential threat too, but they should have just focused on one team, and that being 90th minute, clear out the backside, and then focus on your future problem of virtual gaming.
Well, looks like virtual gaming, they've actually found themselves a cheeky knockdown to him, and so going to the replays is just seeing Damar cleaning up CONQUEROR, just making it easy.
Still, virtual gaming though, and you could see that split between 0-1 in. You can see they were trying to play for both of those teams. As I say, they get another knock against them, but in towards this ruin side is 0-1. They have instead gone away from both 90th and also virtual gaming. Instead, have decided to send Saif into the zone for surviving. So a little bit of unsurety here from 0-1. Maybe not understanding how to play this very difficult zone, albeit. But they definitely need to be sticking together as a team, and I think Saif will be the only one here to tell the tale of 0-1 in the future. But that might be all they need, because here as more teams drop, you can see Miss also falling there now in 10th position, and only 9 teams remaining. If Saif can find the angle and not go down, as Yamas unfortunately will not be able to make it in to help potentially their team, it's a
bloodbath.
Hero 1 right here, a safe position inside its zone as it does shift towards them slightly.
Yeah, absolutely. Complete bloodbath though, as the circle's getting really tight, and we're down to 21 players, so expect to see the action continue. 90th minute, Gaga holding on. Only got a couple of members. He's going to get himself knocked in response, but 0-1 will take fire in return for that. Intruders got themselves very, very comfortably locked down in this ruins area. They can be pretty happy with that one. As Umbra, the one remaining member, holding on. And again, it feels like Umbra just playing for placement points, because the options are fading away from them.
I mean, virtual gaming as well. Zeus as well, going to be doing the same, healing up in that blue zone. Keep in mind, see if they can survive. We saw Nigma Falcons do it again yesterday. That's how they got their points here in Sanhok, and it's going to be all important, those healing and those healers outside in the blue, but inside of the blue, Nigma Ralph striking down one of Falcons themselves and not allowing them that opportunity once more.
Yeah, really nice shots there coming in. 18 players left. Circle very tight. Falcon Yusuf in the circle right now, but the rest of his team in trouble as Freak is going to get taken out. Last is going to try to rejoin, but 90th minute, they also need to move. This is so tight for all of these teams, and everybody kind of getting ousted of their current positions out into the open for this next circle. And it might just get really bloody really quick, as Yusuf just trying to flush out these 90th minute members with the nades, trying to spot them, and it feels like 90th minute are under fire from multiple fronts.
But still, they are surviving crucially, in this rest of these teams still have to get inside the zone. Intruder Africa, who have been blessed with this zone, and it's a crucial game for Intruder too. They need to come out with a win here. They need to be able to have a good showing. Virtual Gaming at least are able to survive it to that 6th position, so they do get some more points for them, but it's not as much as potentially some of these other teams, like also 90th minute, who are so desperate for these points. The opportunity now presents itself to be able to grab these points for them. But for 90th, it's a lot harder of a story, and it's going to take a lot more split, a lot more patience for them playing on the edge of that zone. Is there Intruder, allow them to do the work for you.
Absolutely. Well, keeping our eye there, as that is going to be Nigma losing yet another player, down to just one, as Freak just avoiding Yusuf's eye line. Won't be dead yet. But Falcon down to their last player, and this is really Intruder in 90th minutes, potential game to win, although they are down a member. I'm going to take that back as 90th minute are out. Intruder up a man advantage over Falcon and Nigma, but this is going to be a very tight end to this game as we are down to scraps of these teams, these players working with limited possibilities, and we might just have some bandage traps coming in from Freak outside of the blue, trying to see if he can last out everybody else, but everyone else is within, and now he's trying to see if he can get a bit more damage. He's actually going to take out Falcons, and there it is! Intruder Africa take the win.
Intruder, they needed this win so badly for themselves. They, yes, I think did a very good job, however, getting into that ruined zone by being so proactive on that map, understanding that ruins was such a core position in on that phase 5 shift and respecting that shift, that's what got them that ability to get on top of that leaderboard. As we check them out on the match ranking, see just how many points they did get overall. Is Intruder, of course, on top with
10.
25 points in total, 10 elimination points, but Galaxy, Falcons there also keeping up the score in second and third, and 90th minute in fourth. Also much needed points. 15 garnered for them.
17 for Nigma as well. I think the big thing is we see Umbra either like mad points or no points. And again, it's kind of reflected in this game. 17 points over to the side of Nigma. Even in their less impressive performances, they're still being able to scrape stuff together. Still a few points, and it's that little bit that will keep them relevant. I believe after this, Falcons should have overtaken Umbra. I had a complete brain fart on the team there. Almost overtaken them, if not, because Umbra 4 points. That's them past. They've finally, after a very rough day, lost their grip on that top spot here in day 2. And they really need to come back in these last couple of games. Again, a very, very disappointing game from Ooredoo Thunders and CONQUEROR. These are two teams who my attention was turned to in the tail end of yesterday. And it feels like they've kind of lost their grip, and they seem so out for each other, but it's costing them both heavily in these games.
Look, if they're going to keep going at it, then by all means do so. As beautiful as it looks for us on camera, they're still going to suffer when it comes to the prize money later on, and the pride in their own region is realistically, you are looking towards, can they now be able to push and try to find new strategies coming into day 3, day 4 to alter and avoid these skirmishes that are hindering them?
Well, the people who've been coming up on top of these skirmishes are our MVPs. So let's have a look at the top 3 from that last game. I mean, kind of expected stuff. It's nice to see Intruder Africa get a good game under their belt. They've been a team who've been interesting to me because they've had some pretty rough games, but there's been these glimmers, this shine, this hope that has come out from them, and finally it kind of came into fruition here in this game. And Rauf had an absolutely amazing game. 3 eliminations under his belt. Eskiton obviously also having a good game as well, and same for Gaga. 4 kills for those two put together. But nice to see some of the teams today who were doing bad yesterday or were having underwhelming performances actually really stepping up to the plate today, right?
Yeah, I think definitely overall, you're looking at some of these players, even like Twisted Minds, bring all together all of their players, and Dami with that fantastic triple, right? You saw it 1 against NASR, 2 against G3. But I think also when you're looking towards not only these players, of course, here, Hit Brain, but also your own prizes at home, there is, of course, hitting the 50,000 PCU milestone during the PMPL MEA Championship gets you guys a free permanent rewards. Go to the Esports Center to get free rewards 1 day after the tournament end if we do indeed hit that milestone.
There's some groovy prizes. They are some groovy prizes indeed. We talked about this yesterday. I love that lumberjack outfit. I think it's amazing. It's super cool.
Look, I am still gonna stick with the blue, okay? But I see the love for the lumberjack. I see what you're going for.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a blue boy myself. I do like blue, but I know there's something rustic. There's something very simplistic about the lumberjack. It's not so flashy. You look cool, but not like in your face cool. That's not like Paris Fashion Week. That's going to the shops. That's what that is.
I see. So you would be the type of guy, as we said yesterday, to run that old-looking vehicle down, not a Lamborghini, right? On over those desert dunes of Miramar. But we go not only to Miramar here, but we've got 2 more games also hit brain. And I think Erangel coming back to this next one, looking towards, I think, Falcons, who I think overall out of any team have been the most impactful team on this map on Erangel so far. And I wouldn't go to say that if a team could win out another one, the Falcons are looking really strong and really the favorites to do so.
Yeah, I think Falcons, have, especially today, have looked like one of the best teams, if not the best team of the day so far. You know, even in their games where they haven't taken the chicken dinner, they have been consistently good in both eliminations and placement. They've been having a very, very good performance across today. Yesterday was a bit more middling from them, so it's nice to see they feel obviously warmed up coming into today. And, you know, I'm kind of with you. I'd like to see them get that 4 chicken dinners, as much as it might really shake up the standings in their favor and kind of take a little bit of the suspense out. It would be good to see, because it has been an absolutely amazing day from Falcons. And, you know, for the likes of Twisted Minds, for the likes of CONQUEROR, for the likes of Nigma, I just, Umbra as well. I haven't seen enough from them today. And was it yesterday? Was it a fluke? Or are they actually, you know, ready to play, you know, going into this last matchup on Erangel? Because this is obviously going to be the big one for them. Yeah. Can they pull it back? Because obviously there's only 2 games left. But
look,
go.
Can they pull it back? Can they pull it back? I think is the question. Hip is, unfortunately, we do have to take a break to decide if they can do just that, as we'll be heading through to Erangel and Miramar for the next 2 games. But Erangel's up first after a short break. Welcome everyone back here today. Game number 5 here of day number 2 of the PMPL MEA Championship. Myself, Wolf, and also DK joined back on the desk, of course. But not only us is joined back on the desk, but also our beautiful sponsors, Monster Energy, the official energy drink sponsor of the tournament, and also with our down below favorite phone indeed, upgrade performance and upgraded fun to celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G, the designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile Middle East and Africa Esports 2022. DK, as we also jump in not only to our sponsors, but onto our socials where you guys can at home also get involved too, using the links both on our YouTube, Facebook, also TikTok, even Instagram. Also, all of these different social platforms that you can jump onto to let us know who your favorite team is of the tournament so far. In that favorite team, we got to decide though for now, based on the stats, DK, it is the overall.
Yeah, it's definitely been a very, very interesting run. As we can see, of course, the Falcons now stepping up into that pole position, sitting very comfortably on 135 points. But also, we did see a beautiful chicken coming in there from Umbra not too long ago. But of course, you know, Nigma Galaxy also still sticking it up, making sure that they are looking to close that gap. As we can see, they're only 13 points behind the players coming through from the side there of Team Umbra. But again, some very satisfying performances. The teams keeping the contention pretty high across the board.
And I mean, indeed, definitely Team Falcons is starting to create that lead, but on the second half of the page of these teams, that's where it gets a little bit scary. I mean, 90th minute, they needed a big game. They got a big game, but they need even more big games because unfortunately, they are still in 15th, Virtual Gaming in 16th. As we jump in game, though, to see, speaking of games, if they can live up to expectations. Erangel, the next one, and before the break, DK, we were talking about really Falcons having that massive lead. I think especially here in Erangel, they already have shown, I think in the past too, that they have been a very Erangel focused team. And no one quite yet in this tournament has been able to find a way to shut them down.
I would argue with you on that one a little tad bit, right? So
on Erangel.
yes. Falcons having a very successful run on the first Erangel, right? But then as we stepped into the second Erangel, that's where things took a bit of a change, right? We did see the team there from Umbra coming in with their winner chicken dinner and 14 eliminations, which is 6 more than what the players from Falcons were able to bring in on their first chicken dinner over on towards Erangel. So I do think it's going to be a little bit of a neck-in-neck competition here to see which of these two teams who got the chickens previously will be able to maybe replicate those results moving into this final visit on towards Erangel for today.
Yeah, very central here, phase number 1 for all of these teams as well. Nothing too scary, nothing too dire, and expecting a normal rotations from these teams. The only real problem really is with these teams who do love towards the shooting range, also Georgia pole like Rico, of course, they're going to need to do their traveling to get to their initial locations, but it's nothing too scary as we say. It's only going to be a short ride up into their usual drop spots that they are so comfort to. But I think also not only Umbra who have been showing up, but I still want to go back to it, and I still want to say that some of the more African side of the teams really need to step up. I really liked what Intruder were doing in that last game on Sanhok in really being proactive with those circles. I want to see that more from them because you can see, as we say earlier today, that they have these small moments, all of these teams that look so amazing from them, but they aren't able to chain these amazing moments together to create a bigger picture for themselves.
But you know, like, chains are quite difficult to form, right? I don't know if you've tried, but I can speak from personal experience. It's quite a bit of a challenge, right? So I can't really fault the teams for that. So I understand, you know, this is a very challenging lobby for teams to play in. I mean, we did have that dominating performance coming through from Falcons, at least for the first 2 matches. And then as I stepped away to go get my chicken dinner, that's exactly what Umbra and the players from Intruder did on their front. They both stepped up to claim some victories, and I'm excited to see whether or not any other teams are going to be hungry enough to try and now push to gain themselves another winner chicken dinner. As we can see, as we had a look over on towards the overall standings, right? There was a few teams that have had their successful runs, but we also see two teams situated a little bit further down below. In fact, three teams, each with winner chicken dinners. That being YaLLa, CONQUEROR, and of course the players from INTRUDER. But now, right, any of these other opposing teams are still in a position where they can step up and do exactly that. And I think it's just a matter of time until the teams get into a position where they feel confident enough to step up and show us the performances that we've seen from them in the past.
Yeah, I think all of these teams that you mentioned, right? I think some of them really big surprises. CONQUEROR, YaLLa, that they weren't able to step up, particularly CONQUEROR, judging that they had such a dominant performance back into the PMPL Arabia finals. And I think to also the extent that some of these other teams, when you're looking towards ideally the potential plays that they could be making, it comes down to some small mistakes. And I sense that there's still that almost nervousness. You still see some of these core issues. I mean, Miss jumping on into Rico right in on top of that first game. Slime sort of not being together when they could have capitalized there versus YaLLa on boot camp. In tidying up these almost small but major errors at the same time are things that are going to help these teams really improve. And there's still time to do that because you can still clearly see in these sorts of plays the big mistake that you made. And it's all about that either team coercion and coming together, or on the other hand of Miss, for example, some of these teams similar to them making these bad ideas and drops onto other squads.
Yeah, and we can also see a lot of contention on the leaderboards, right? And that is something that's quite interesting for me to look at, as we can see the teams really making it very tough, right? There's no one particular team that is, leaps and bounds ahead of the competition. It's still a very much contested position, at least coming through on towards the leaderboards, and particularly the teams in the top 10, right? There's not a lot separating these teams. So one good match could definitely see the teams advancing themselves up through those positions. A little bit more work and fine-tuning can be put into the teams finding themselves in that 11th to 16th place. But still, we know that this is all within the realm of possibility for the teams. It's not asking for something that we have not seen come from them before, right? All these teams are in a position where they possess the skills to be super successful.
Yeah, I think definitely all of these teams are here for a reason, right? And they are here because they all proved themselves in their own region and in their own setting. And I think you cannot take that away, right? No matter how much of a major mistake it may look, jumping on top of a team and just not really respecting, not really having the information, you could clean that error up pretty easily also. They still deserve to be here. I think for Miss, on the other hand, they have had some fantastic plays already through this tournament as well. They have had their highlight moments, and it's about, as we say, streaking them together. CONQUEROR, I think, has been that other big upset. Is you saw right Nigma Galaxy on Falcons really being these top two teams that come from their own region. They expected to do well. They have done well. CONQUEROR, they did amazing in their own respective region. But to see them not play as, I think, a team has been the biggest disappointment for me in this tournament, because I really expected that this was going to be a squad that was going to be so in tune with each other from what we saw previously, but they just haven't been playing together, and it's been feeling so easy sometimes for these other teams who should be predicted worse than them, just easily wrap them down.
I mean, this is where I'm gonna draw on my inner Professor Tarzan, right?
We're going there.
Oh yeah. Well, maybe not to that extent. I mean, only Professor Tarzan can do Professor Tarzan. I'll do a quick impersonation. But either way,
okay.
The teams, as much as this is a strategic game, it's also a mental game, right? And the teams are quite proficient when it comes to the strategic part, but the mental side of it, the mental aspect. I mean, anything can happen. As we know, life happens, and fortunately, we're all just humans, right? So you have moments of pure insane glory, and then you've got other moments where maybe you stumped your toe when you quickly, snuck away for a quick bit of water or something. And that can impact you to a certain degree, especially if you play with your toes. I don't believe anyone here plays with their toes, but you understand what I'm getting at. And
I mean, sign them up. I mean, if they're playing with their toes, I want to see what they look like playing with their hands. If they're playing at this level with their toes, DK.
well, you never know, right? Nothing is impossible, but it's quite a bit of a challenge to play 6 matches back to back and still retain a good mental position, right? That is quite a bit of a challenge, and this is what the teams are now getting themselves more accustomed to. And already you're seeing a lot more comfort coming through from the teams as they progress through the matches, because already a lot of those nerves, yes, there's still some of it. You can still see some of the nerves being present, but it's far less in comparison to the first day.
Amen. Amen. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, DK Satellite Tars that was right here with me. But I just want you just to save here alongside me for these last 2 games. And phase 2 has gone the side of that Northern, shifting back up towards this more shooting range side, up towards those YaLLa Everest Hills. G3 up now facing Mythics, but Miss, are having none of this. Is 1 to 2 knock for now, but we have found a revive onto 1. Flacco did get back on his feet, but as a result, they have lost second.
And it's a tough play. I mean, I'm liking this approach coming in here from the side of Myth, right? A very spread position, but some great coverage coming in there. But of course, Buden also finding a great opportunity, just striking down, laying down fire. And with that, a very successful run, though, as G3 is able to hold on to the compound. And now they only have Farok to try and contend with and potentially get them out of this position. But now Farok opting for that vehicle, and it is going to be quite the vulnerable position, as we can see. Flacco coming in there with the Umpi, just hammering down, a little bit of support coming in as well, as there's only so much left in that magazine. Flacco emptying out both of those mags, but it does seem like Farok, at least for the time being, will be able to put some good enough distance in between themselves.
And this is what we mean. This is a perfect example, DK, of these teams not really being as coordinated as potentially they should be. Clearly, one of those missed members, they're moving back to try have Farok be almost there in time to actually use their other team member as a bait to trade 1-for-1. Then they are able to make that revive. Then they're able to turn as a 2v2 for Miss and restart the fight on their own terms. But because they're not synergized up completely, Farok misses that moment, misses that window, and instead their teammate looks a bit silly, left out in the open in that 1v1, and has to then run for the hills. So unfortunately, Miss just not right on the timing there.
You know, it's tough, right? It's really tough. And of course, we just saw now at the hand there of, those few beautiful taps that we had. It is still quite difficult to line up these shots perfectly, even though you might have practiced it, to the nth degree. But now, of course, we look onto the players here from CONQUEROR, just holding on to a very centralized position, currently set up in towards that zone, and a lot of potential teams in the vicinity that could be looking to apply a little bit of pressure. But of course, now it is going to be Ragnarok just hammering away down on it towards Rio. But I'm loving the proactiveness coming in. A lot of teams already starting to get their positions set up in towards this phase, all like starting to funnel in towards that more centered position.
Still, I think it is going to be that mini shooting range. I'm surprised actually that 0-1, they haven't really gone for that shooting range position. I think that 0-1 going elsewhere, and I think also these teams really avoiding, because of that very southern plane path, having a direct effect of now these teams having to force their way through to that northern side. And is this third phase zone is on its almost way in towards us. The only other team here still to make it in, that solo member of 90th minute, Gaga, who seems very far behind his team. The rest of 90th minute, question mark here is, they're already in hospital in Georgeport, my friend. Gaga, you are very behind of your team.
Maybe just exploring a few of the options there. You never really know which way around it is going to be going, but definitely we do see the players there from 90th again, moving up on towards that Everest position. And, well, this time, unfortunately, there's no particular play coming through on that front, but we could actually see Gaga down south, as you pointed out, maybe getting traded off in the exchange, as we do have the players there from Twisted Mind in the vicinity. but also a few more hits coming in there from the side of 0-1 off in the distance. And now it is going to be NASR looking to hold up their defensive line as they are getting rushed by the Ooredoo Thunders. Now just moving on through, you can see Rex quickly just deploying the smokes. They're just trying to bring in that extra bit of coverage and trying to smoke up Smoker so that res can potentially come right on through. But a good retaliation now being applied on towards Patika. But of course, the Conquerors are going to be looking to swoop on in and bringing with that their own bit of pressure as well.
Ooredoo, a brilliant push through from them. They needed that confidence push from them all day. They've been looking a bit shaky, but that really will bring in the confidence for them. But they've got to control it now. There's still here the rest of Conqueror moving in. There's still Nigma Galaxy still to move in. Two big contenders that they will have to deal with here in Ruins. To move away from that castle is going to be very tricky indeed. A knock on from Nigma is not what you want to see, unfortunately. There's a massive push though from Ooredoo Thunders. You can see that they even use a buggy there to be able to distract from any third-party shots and block out even the damage coming through from the other side. Yes, didn't need it because they actually dispatched of that NASR member so quickly. But again, the ideas are there. The fancy feet work is there through from Ooredoo.
Yeah, you got that song stuck in my head now, but yes, it is going to be on to the players here from Nigma Galaxy, trying to see if they can find themselves a few of those angles. But I got to say, I mean, the Ooredoo Thunders really utilizing the angles they have to their disposal. But of course, as we jump over in towards Rozak, it is going to be the players now from Intruder going toe-to-toe, essentially, with the side here of Umbra. A little bit of a more split up position coming through, as we can see Morteza situated on the opposite end there of the waterway. And also a little bit of a bumpy road, at least then, for the players coming through there from 0-1 as we had those first few shots getting fired off here. PRZ just ensuring that hilltop is covered as best as they can possibly manage. But again, some interesting positions for teams still to try and move into, as we can see the players there from Virtual as well as NASR moving into a little bit more of a centered position. We do have the players there from Slime also now starting to descend from their position up in the north. YaLLa, meanwhile, bumping heads with Rico Infinity over on towards that western side. But now the zone is going to take a little bit of a shift and heading all the way down to those headshot hills in the south. This is going to be an absolutely amazing phase to see what the teams are going to have to do here.
NASR Hassan has to get out of there. To be in Watertown, it's going to be such a contention spot with 0-1 Umbra. Teams like here and here, Virtual Gaming, Slime 4KT, all going to be looking for that one sole compound remains. YaLLa also being rushed here by Rico. You can see on that more western side, as they do lose one, but is all of these teams going to be vying for that position in Ruins. Now, it is up to, realistically, Ooredoo to hold this location. They have the castle, they have that high ground also. But to hold as many players is going to be difficult, and you're relying on these skirmishes between, like that of 0-1 and Umbra, to whittle those players down and make it an easier job for you to control that center.
Yeah, the whittling is absolutely essential for these teams, but now we do see Shadowin also getting traded off. Oh, look at this angle. Beautiful shooting right down on towards PRZ. And now it is up to Gaeth now trying to hold on, looking for a bit of an opening there. But, I mean, this is quite a troubling position, actually, for 0-1, as they are not only sitting with the team in front of them, but they've got two other teams potentially to rotate up behind them. So they have to try and find a way of getting that rotational path locked in so they can, you know, ensure themselves a position moving into this next phase. But so far, it does seem like they are going to be trying to utilize the high ground here, trying to play as many of these angles as they can. But Umbra not going to be letting them slide on through just yet.
0-1, they aren't going to be letting anything slide on through. It's still keeping up the pressure. The smokes there will fade with time. Umbra, Morteza trying to lay down the path once more for them. But you can see the two members knocked in the center is such a difficult position. PRZ needs to come in for that support, but they cannot get them in. And as 0-1 fighting against the blue as the blue engulfs them, the extra damage, and up the Falcons use it. And Yusuf takes down one elimination from 0-1 as rest of the two dive on into the buggy and get the hell out of it.
Oh, Yamas getting picked up there as Yusuf quickly dispatches them with that DP28. Now up comes Rolkers, also looking to apply a little bit of pressure right here on the edge of zones. We can see Intruder still trying to see if they can find their pathway back in towards this next phase. Falcons now, never alone, just running over one of the opponents there, just ensuring that they get that elimination locked on through, and that is of course going to be wasted, getting wasted as the vehicle moves up. But now 0-1 also having packed their bags. We do see a little bit of contention starting to develop over on towards that western front as well, but for the time being out in the open, things are looking a little bit more on the hasty side. Now Rico Infinity going toe-to-toe with Slime 4KTs. We can see Pronto and Go all lined up, getting ready to roll, but will they now be able to find that angle, as they now also have to worry about 90th minute moving in right behind them potentially?
Slime 4KT, Orsevis Church was the other real strong location here. They eye it up, but Rico, who were in control of this, yes, they get back up those inside the church, but it was an impossible hold for the solo outside. Yes, they hold for long enough for here Prestige to survive, but they are being whittled down, and again Plaza takes down Goaza, and that will be surely the next Prestige falling down. Yes, Plaza gets it, and 4KT, a big upset, and big points needed here for a big position inside of this zone.
Yeah, this is looking absolutely great now for Slime 4KT. All they got to do is get those reses in, and now then try to deal with the Ooredoo Thunders we see moving on up. Al-Hajj now, he's sending those nades out, picking up another redog onto its Plaza. Storm also now getting traded, and now the pressure is onto Pronto and Aimer to try and get this position under their control. But of course the jump shots coming through, beautiful play coming through from Pronto. Now only one more to go. Rakes now the final contender left to try and apply a little bit of pressure. Of course the reinforcements coming on through. Aimen are trying to see if they can maybe snake their way around this wall to land the shots, and with that does pick up the hit. Aimen now in such a beautiful position, having to quickly attend to himself, get that health ball back into position before QHG now comes swooping in, looking to potentially close it out. But up comes the rush, the smoke now starting to dissipate. Look at this beautiful back and forth. Aimen now opting into the blue, trying to see if they can find that angle onto which QHG, but instead now realizing that they have to try and still prioritize those health bars. As we can see, Smoker off in the distance, good off angle, good coverage coming through. But now Aimer in a world of trouble potentially, but of course quickly needing to find a way to get back out of this blue zone.
Yeah, unfortunately, Aimer just got baited by QHT, goes in for the fight, but QHT dips around the side of the churchyard, and they had a secondary member there to support. They knew that they were just running Aimer into the blue zone, potentially try to find those sprays, but by taking so much damage, he gets stuck in that blue, and Aimer now has to fight under the heavy damage, and as a result, will fall down, and a big mistake there from Slime, from what looked like they could have had a great position overall in this game.
Yeah, definitely, you know, at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? Of course, also the players there from Virtual Gaming meeting their end as they too get sent back into the lobby. You see the players there from Nigma off in the distance, having a few hits come their way. Meanwhile, it's going to be the players now from Twisted Minds and NASR to challenge each other over on towards this eastern position. With that, it is going to be Vigors getting knocked right on down. The nades continue to fly on down as Hassan too decides to find a little bit of a picking here. We do see Dami and Rolkus now just hugging the edge of that barrier. 90th minute now getting eliminated, but up comes the rush. Miracle looking to apply a little bit of pressure, looking for that opening, but up comes the trade. Down they go, and now this is going to be a really tough position for Hassan to try and clutch it out.
Hassan has to do everything here to hold on. They've been holding on all game. NASR had a horrible beginning through the hands of Ooredoo, but Ooredoo are getting sliced by Ralph and the rest of Nigma Galaxy. But he's still not out of the woods yet. He's still got a hill beside him. He's still got the zone that is moved away from him. In 15 seconds, he knows he has to get a buggy, has to move back in onto the zone, has to take the risk of making that noise, making his presence known to survive and avoid the blue.
Oh, but we see Hassan now looking to rotate on through, heading in the direction there of PRZ. And of course, it is going to be Myth now to be the next team to get sent back into the lobby. Hassan having no luck there as the vehicle gets blown up. And with that, they make their way right back into the lobby. 4 teams remain, and the players there from Twisted Minds already sitting on 10 eliminations to their name, looking absolutely phenomenal. But also now look at this, G3 still in contention, still rocking a full squad right there side by side to the players coming in from the side of Nigma Galaxy. Now this is going to be a really difficult position to play, especially looking at Nigma's position. They have a controlling angle situated in towards the zone, and it does seem like Hamadi is very well aware of their position coming in over on that southern edge. But now a quick reposition, just crashing the vehicle down into the barriers, allows the players here from Nigma now to start to take aim right down on towards Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds, they almost have this game under wraps. 10 kills here for them. We're doing amazing in this match here, DK, for the kill side of things, on the elimination, should I say. But they have to close out these eliminations with a chicken dinner. And it is not the position that they are looking for here. It's a position in the hands of Nigma Galaxy, who have this zone, but they have to still hold it against G3, who all the meanwhile here, DK, have been slowly but surely sneaking their way over. Nigma, they have the eyes, they have the intelligence on them, but there's not really much they can do about that without overextending and giving a position away to Twisted Minds as well.
Yeah, definitely a difficult call to be making here. But look at this. Talking about difficult, right? PRZ in between a rock and a blue plate, right? This is not the easiest position to try and play from. And as you can see, it is creeping closer. PRZ is going to be running out of potential positions to play. A little bit of an opening just up ahead. And, you know, this is going to be like a little bit of a touch and go play to try and get repositioned back into that zone. As we see a beautiful shift now, continuing a little bit further down towards the southern edge. Opening a few potential angles now for the players here from G3 on towards the side there of Twisted, as they now have to get themselves repositioned and into another angle up into the space.
Nigma Galaxy gonna lose one nose. Their G3 send a nade over the top. They find the extra angle onto them. Umbra, all the meanwhile, he's still healing up. He's still there. He ain't done in this game yet. That blue zone is going to close it in 10 seconds. Umbra's world is not going to be for much longer, as it will just be giving up to the zone, or does he give up the kill trying to get it inside, potentially 2 Twisted Minds here for the elimination points?
This could take a swing either which way. PRZ now having to make a decision. Are we going to be seeing that heal strat potentially coming on through? As you can see, blue zone just inching its way further and further away now from the side here of Umbra. But up comes a quick dash, try to get on through, but gets spotted out as Rolkis picks up that trade. And it is the end of the road for Umbra. G3 still looking strong now, coming up alongside the players here from Nigma Galaxy, but both teams turning their attention straight down on towards Twisted as they now get eliminated, and it is going to be the players from Nigma Galaxy going toe-to-toe with G3 to fight it out for this winner-winner chicken dinner, and the final one right here on Erangel.
But G3 have been taking the position out of Nigma. Yes, Nigma have been getting the kills. Yes, that extra little dash from PRZ helped them locate the final members of Twisted Minds they were looking for. They get those elimination points on board, but they don't have the strength, they don't have the utility. You can see how much is still left for G3, and they're utilizing it to avoid the one-for-one trades and find those extra picks.
Oh, well, they've already found Hamadi. Flacco taking a little bit of a worrying amount of damage there, but is still able to quickly duck in behind some hard cover. Now, Lord cooking up those nades, sending it out. G3 moving and taking an absolute mountain of damage. And with that, another nade to follow on through. Buden, C-Mine getting traded. Flacco with a quick reposition just off the side. Up comes 6 now, trying to claim it out. Raouf just down below, quickly trying to tend to their teammates. It is potentially a 2v2. Unless these reses come through, then it could swing in favor of Nigma Galaxy. But Flacco now looking to try and play that off-angle position, while 6 is trying to tend to Buden, looking to get themselves into quite a bit of a contentious position. But now up comes Raouf, up comes Hamadi, looking to ascend down on towards Flacco. Quick few hits coming in. Now Raouf having to back off of that position, but up comes Hamadi. Beautiful distraction, taking up 2 players And now it is a 1v4 play, and with that, Nigma Galaxy brings it in, and with that secures themselves a beautiful winner-winner chicken dinner.
Hamadi did so much in that final fight. The double strike down onto G3, to push back in at the end, to get the 3, to get the 4. Hamadi single-handedly almost carried Nigma in that final fight versus G3. And it was all down to him to set up for the rest of his team, yes, to help him do just that. But looking so powerful in that singular moment. G3, on the other hand, they had that utility DK, but they just weren't able to utilize it to the best effect. They were splitting up rather than using the smokes in the correct way to block the lines of sights of their Nigma Galaxy, and instead actually blocking their own vision of where Nigma Galaxy were by trying to scarp it out and scatter, should I say, all of those smokes around the map instead.
You know what? It was a difficult position, but all things taken into consideration, it was still a very good play being brought in there by G3. Right? We've been waiting to see G3 show us a glimmer of the potential that they possess, and I do think that this run over on Erangel was a really good representation of what they are still to bring further into the remaining games of the championship. Right here.
Yeah, indeed, is all gotta be though is we check out. Really, I think DK, what has been a fantastic showing also from not only, I think, the side of G3, but also you have to speak up towards Twisted Minds again. The consistency through from them. 10 kills, yes, through in this game. Yes, he didn't get a chicken dinner, but they still got a lot of points, and they're keeping ahead also with Nigma too.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of improvements being made here, and we were talking about it a little bit earlier when I was pulling my Professor Tarzan move, right? The team's really starting to show that, you know, they are figuring out that kind of mindset to get themselves into that zone, to get themselves into a good position, and then from there on, just continue to push on further. And of course, speaking about pushing on further, we look at our leaderboard here, and we've got the match rankings for Nigma Galaxy and Twisted Minds walking away with 11 elims apiece.
Still, I mean, 11 elims overall. Nigma Galaxy definitely showing up in those final few fights. Also, I think versus G3, as we say, to get those extra points on boards, tying those eliminations, but with those extra placement points, that 26 points in total for them. G3, as we mentioned, a big game for them. Also taking those 18, gets them up on the leaderboard, gets them a little bit more respect that they deserve. Also, on the other hand, Umbra also needing those extra points after having a bad previous game as well. As we take a look at that second page, Falcons, unfortunately, a slightly worse game for them. And again, a slight disappointment coming through from CONQUEROR. Only 2 points in YaLLa as well, who we wanted to see step up. Unfortunately, gain nothing in this 5th game as well.
You know, it's tough, but of course, we also gotta talk about the other teams we saw on that first page as well, right? I mean, Falcons coming in with those 5 eliminations. We did see Slime coming in with 5. Rico and the players there from Ooredoo Thunder also finishing exceptionally well, at least with regards to elimination. So they're slowly starting to figure out or get themselves in a position where they can more consistently pick up those eliminations. Now, the only thing they got to look at is also now improving their finishing position, right? Ensuring that they get those placement points to accompany those eliminations.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's that consistency, not only in eliminations, as we said, Twisted Minds show it perfectly, where they've been able to improve from just the aggression of being a team that can get those elimination points, but also get those placement points too. That's what we're really looking for, and it shows so well. As we take a look at those MVPs, no doubt, of course, to see Kaito there, one of those Twisted Mind members, but also Lord from Nigma Galaxy and Alhahe there, really stepping up, as you said, from Ooredoo, with their fantastic plays, I think, versus NASR, then also trying to set up and actually baiting out Slime4KT, and he had these individual plays where Ooredoo, as a team, were playing really phenomenally in that match, better than they had done, I think, in a lot of previous matches so far.
Yeah, definitely a really satisfying performance being brought in there by the players from Ooredoo. And of course, Alhaje, we did see some really good angles being utilized there. And, you know, it's just the way it goes. It's the way the cookie crumbles.
Look, if that's how a cookie crumbles for the rest of Ooredoo, I'm looking at that cookie and it's getting delicious and more delicious by each game. Got to see if we can keep up that consistency, though, because it's all down to them. Can they keep those chain link of good plays going, as we want to see from all of those teams? But also, if you want to get on board and get your own rewards in this game, you can do so by picking if any of your team win the championship. The whole of your region users will get these rewards. The 10 Arabic teams, for if one of them win, will give you and your Arabian region all of these rewards on the screen. Or if one of the 6 African teams do win this competition, or the African region, all of you players at home will get these rewards as well. But only one region can win, and you need to log in 3 times to get rewards in game.
I guess it's at this point where Jake kind of wishes that he was in Africa, right? Being in a position where he could maybe win himself one of those lumberjack outfits instead of having to try and find it in game. I mean, not this Jake, the other Jake, right? Because there's two, so that's why I'm going for Jake. It's the easiest thing to say. I only have to remember one name. Makes my life so much easier.
But if one Jake goes for Africa and the other Jake goes for Arabia, then the Jakes are winning. See, I've got the 4K IQ plays going on here, DK.
Oh, some pretty crazy stuff. But of course, now speaking about crazy, speaking about 4K gameplays, we are going to be hopping into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll see you guys back in a few minutes.
Failure happens to us all, but it's how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is if you get back up when you fall. You gotta get up. Failure happens to us all, but this is how champions evolve. The only thing that matters from a loss is when you get back up when you fall. You better get up. You gotta get up. You gotta get up. I need you to get up. Get up.
You witnessing a champ in the making, fueled by your passion for greatness. Yeah, but adversity and bad situations meet us in the middle of the paths that we taking. But it's what you do.
What?
Welcome everyone aboard to the PMPL MEA Championship. My name is Hannah Wolf and also DK here with you for one more game here. Miramar is our last match overall for all of the Marvel Threes teams in day 2 of the championship. It's been a hectic ride. I think definitely some upsets, definitely some big, strong contenders showing up. That being, I think, Falcons, we've seen Nigma also rise, and I think also Twisted Minds, BB's 3 squads overall today. But only one can perform and outperform the others here in one more match to go, DK.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about that, we are going to be taking a quick look at our overall rankings to see what the point situation is coming into our final match. Of course, no surprise to see the players there from Nigma Galaxy and Falcons being tied on 141 points apiece. And of course, Umbra still in very close contention there, only 3 points behind them, 2 points. Sorry, my math failing me right here. And of course, the players there from Twisted Minds still holding strong on towards that second position. And I don't think, looking at the possible plays here, that it's going to be a very easy potential play for either YaLLa Esports or NASR to contend for that position of 4th place, at least in this final match for today.
Yeah, I think definitely there's a beginning of a break showing, especially for these teams between the top 2, and then obviously that 3rd, 4th position and the 5th, 6th really breaking apart those teams for now as we do approach our 12th game. But on the other half of that leaderboard, definitely there has been a lot of changes overall. I think seriously some big showing from 90th minute. We've also had Slime4KT, Intruder even coming out with a chicken dinner, G3. We've also their 2nd place in that last series of game, and I think it's been a majority, I would argue, of these African teams that have really been stepping up as much as possible. Yes, there have been also hints of those Arabian region of Ooredoo Thunders in 90th minute showing up also, but it's more so, I think, these African teams, and we're looking to see, can there be a second one that can join Umbra, at least on that second that first half of the leaderboard, really, and avoid that second half of the leaderboard and that second page, because right now it's Umbra and then all Arabian teams all around.
I mean, we definitely see a bit of a push coming through from the teams, right? This last match did absolutely wonderful things for the side there of G3. Of course, we know coming into the match, they were sitting in 14th place. Now we did see them sitting all the way up in towards that 11th position. So definitely a bit of an improvement coming through for them. But now it's all down to what the teams will be able to consistently do, right? And as we finish this match that's coming up now, that would mark the halfway point of the championship. And so far, again, some really satisfying performances coming through from the teams, but I'm pretty sure at this point they know exactly what it is that they need to focus on moving into the remaining matches.
Look, I mean, it's definitely some clear-cut things that these teams need to focus on. We've talked about them in the past, we don't need to talk about them again, but I think also some minute things that these teams need to work on. It will take a little bit more time, maybe longer than will be required of them to really learn those solutions to those problems than is given in this tournament for only 2 days, but they can certainly begin to make amends to those mistakes. And I think also you see these teams also growing in general. I think a lot more confidence, and as we said, the way these teams are playing, a lot more decisiveness in the way in which these teams are playing, and I always love to see that coming through as the tournament develops overall.
And of course, also taking into consideration that it is, at least for some of these teams, their first opportunity, playing at this level. So I got to say, so far they are handling themselves exceptionally well. So quite excited to see what the final result will be once we finish our 24th match. And I mean, that sounds like an insane number, but we're halfway there, just about, right? We're almost at that point to see where the teams finish up. And, we've been talking about the regional pride also coming through from these teams. And I do feel that there's a lot of pride that can be had by these teams already for just making it this far.
Look, I mean, definitely for making it as far as we said in, I think, Erangel as well. Here, DK, if you made it, you made it here. You made it because you deserve to be here. What happens now in this tournament? Yes, it may be another big step up for you. Maybe you use it as a learning curve, potentially. You don't have to reach those highs straight away. You can just always step back a bit and understand, well, hey, we're not doing as great on this first tournament. Maybe we'll do better on the second one later on, but we'll learn from this first one while we're here as we do jump on into Miramar for our final game, as we said, is going to be what will be a mini west zone here, coming up towards that north point of Miramar playing path for these teams. So it should be fairly sensible for all of these teams to get to where they want to, minus really those La Bendita edges and Impala side.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of openings, and we did see in the previous Miramar the teams really adapting to the difficulty the flight path presented them. So I'm quite hopeful, and I'm pretty sure the teams will be able to find a way, right, to move into their more favorable positions. And it's quite interesting to see the players there from YaLLa Esports moving all the way down to Minas del Sur on towards that southern side. But again, a good amount of teams looking to get themselves situated a little bit further up on towards the northern side. Myth already going for a bit of a drop there over in towards that Val del Mar kind of position. So, not necessarily moving all the way up in towards Monte Nuevo, as we can see the players there from Twisted Minds doing. But again, some good positions to start things off with, and already we see the players there from Virtual Gaming coming into this match with only 3 players up.
Still, it's going to be a very similar playing path, actually. I also should say zone here that we saw yesterday, actually, DK. We saw a zone exactly really like this in this tournament already, in those teams really kind of favoring those more western side of the zone, not really wanting to go as far onto the east apart from later on into the tournament. Into that game, should I say, also. And I think that we're going to maybe see that again, but I would like to see these squads really utilize the fact that they know this information and change it up a bit. And I like that these teams, at least for now, have begun, like Falcons, to move a little bit further forward, to go and brave that Tor Armada side that they want to go towards. You see also there even CONQUEROR stepping up already into Minas Generalis, into that graveyard side, and not willing to hold back a bit. And it's this decisiveness from this first day to the second that are allowing these teams to make these better decisions as they begin to understand their competition.
And of course, we also had the players there from 90th minute dropping all the way in towards that Torre Ahumada, which is
exactly
from what we saw on the map. It's just outside of the line of sight. We can't really see it because it's a little bit chopped off, but still it's there. So a very northern position coming through there. And I mean, looking at the players here from Nigma Galaxy, nothing out of the ordinary, right? Going straight up in towards Pozo, making sure that they can get themselves beautifully looted up before focusing on those rotations having to be made to get themselves repositioned back in towards zone. And we were having a little bit of a look over on towards the players there from YaLLa over in towards Picado. I'm curious to see what Umbra is going to be doing, just situated over on towards that western position from Picado, whether or not they're going to potentially dare to venture past there, or are they going to look for a bit of an opening elsewhere once the rotations start coming through.
Gallagher, CONQUEROR here, going to need a big performance, of course. They step back into their comfort graveyards. It has been having an old record, really, of these players needing to synergize up and being better, need to really turn the tables here of their second half of the tournament. It's been pretty rough, but these are star-studded players. I believe in them. I think also, on the other hand of the spectrum, as you can see here, also Ooredoo have been very much a different story. And Ooredoo coming from a team who weren't really expected as much to do that great, but then stepping up and despite these expectations and saying, well, look, we may not be expected to do well, but that doesn't mean we can't do well. And you see it from day one when Ooredoo had an amazing game on that Los Leones close down and on Miramar as well. And then also today, they've been really stepping up with their position and their outplay potential, as we saw even in just that last game on that Erangel.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams really starting to find their rhythm, right? Really getting into the swing of things, and it's better late than never. But obviously, we'd like to see it happen sooner rather than later, right? So a beautiful bit of a compounding coming in there. But again, the teams now having several options to try and work with, and as we can see, the players here from Umbra now already starting to venture a little bit further on towards that Los Leones position. But again, now, Wolf, this is where I wonder what the teams are going to bring in with regards to their rotations, right? We already see G3 being quite proactive now, getting themselves repositioned, moving a little bit closer towards that more centered position. As I've mentioned before, Umbra also adopting a very similar kind of approach, already getting those rotations brought in. And it does seem like Umbra is actually finding a little bit of an opening between Los Leones and Picado to successfully rotate in, at least onto the edge of that zone.
Yeah, I mean, Umbra definitely, I think, as a team, though, have been very up and down. And as much as we say and praise them for their ability to have these big games, the consistency is a problem, I think, for Umbra. That has really been stopping them from not only having these big games, but demolishing the rest of the competition on top of this, too. Because have they had these big games consistently up until our 12th match now, they would be a lot higher in point, maybe not double, but we're talking at least about 50, 70 points higher than where they are currently, which would put them in a much more comfortable position versus that second place, rather than trying to grasp at straws for that first place, which they are currently now.
Well, I mean, as we've seen, right? So we've casted a few PMPLs, and we've seen how teams have grown and how they've progressed, right? So I have no shadow of a doubt that these teams will definitely progress even further from where they are right now. So the only way from this is up, right? That's the only place that they can go. They can only improve, but that, of course, is taken into consideration that they do learn from the obstacles that they face making their way through these particular matches, looking at what rotations worked for them, what kind of splits or positions or compounds worked more favorably for them. And I think there's a lot to be taken away from this as teams, progress either onto the next step, but there's also been a lot that the teams have learned in the process, just making it up to this point. And again, we now see the players here from Virtual Gaming also looking to get themselves a little bit more spread out, looking for a potential rotation to come on through. And I mean, Virtual Gaming for me is one of the teams that I would love to see them finding that thing that just clicks for them, right? Showing us the performance that they've had in the PMPL Africa.
Yeah, I think I totally agree, and I'm glad that you bring up that point, right, about those small adjustments, small learning that needs to be done, and Virtual Gaming as well as a team there on top of Umbra, because both of these teams, and Umbra do it slightly better, obviously towards the late game, is why they've got the points in general, but both of them take these very risky early games, and I think these rotations, I mean, PRZ almost getting caught out right in this last game of the day, thankfully does get away, but had they got caught, you see Umbra down to 3 players, becomes a lot more difficult game for them to play. Where they do end up losing these players, they suffer, and those are the games that they end up having those 0, 1, 2 point matches. But on the other hand, when they are making these smart decisions, when they are making these risk averse but also maybe risky but controlled decisions, rather than just going for them and not really understanding the potential for them to go wrong, Umbra make a great play. And this is something also Virtual Gaming should have to do, really. And they should almost be learning from Umbra, because they both, as we say, play very similar. Virtual Gaming has had very dodgy rotations, we could say, early on in some of these games, and by understanding the risk in making these rotations and understanding the positions of other teams early on in the competition, which can be done by scouting through previous VODs, they may just have a better result showing in these final 2 days.
Yeah, so a lot to be digested there. Of course, we've already spoken about the digestion happening, at least for the Falcons, coming in with those chicken dinners, looking to satisfy the hunger once again. But this time around, we do see that zone continuing further and further in towards the northeast. So this is definitely looking to be quite a challenging position. And I mean, it's not too often that we do see that Campo Militar actually being playable, and this time around we do see that being the situation. Teams can actually rotate far up in towards that northeastern position, and that then of course results in quite a bit of congestion coming in over on towards the southwestern side. As we see on that map, there's several teams now starting to come through with their rotations, but of course Rico Infinity now going to be looking to just apply a bit of pressure onto the position here for G3, and a good break coming in from G3, as we did see Flacco and Buden, Sixcott rather, and Buden rotating further up the hill with C-Mind and Flacco now holding the position just here on the lower ground.
G3 Temper with its bottom, and now can they find the shutdown? Yo, they don't do it. That was disaster for G3 in R8. Rico Infinity Esports very, very thankful. But now, the surprise is being given away. Rico Infinity Esports, they know there's another team here, and they know that they have the advantage.
Of course, now Ida just cooking up a few nades, getting ready to send it up, but C-Mind just blocking that stairway. With that, of course, also now Prestige comes up with a beautiful hit. That Molly doing its thing, and this could be the end. Yes, it is, as Ida gets traded on down. Now Prestige left to try and pick up the pieces here, but with that, it is going to be a very troubling position now for G3, as they've been reduced down to only one. Virtual Gaming, meanwhile, on the opposite end, looking to see if they can find a bit of an opening on towards Intruder Africa. And again, these two teams, an age-old engagement coming in between both of them, and somehow they still manage to find each other on these maps.
But maybe for the better, for the worse, though, because both of these teams, unfortunately, DK, need these points, and by taking each other out, only one can get them. Virtual Gaming, for now, 2 up, but only 3 players inside of this game, and it's going to hinder them a lot, realistically, for their ability, for their options to make these splits later on, and particularly for a map like Miramar, not having your 4th player, for whatever reason this may be, is going to seriously hurt them, and making these rotations when teams just look to gatekeep them further apart from the field. But it's still, nevertheless, a great punish still from Virtual Gaming onto their edge of Intruder.
Yeah, now let's see how much of a punishment we'll be seeing across the board as the teams now have a quick opportunity here to try a bit of a reset there. We have the players from CONQUEROR now still continuing on their efforts, looking to see if they can push further and further up in towards the zone. We can see them now about to just fly past that northern side there of Al-Azhar. But as we can see, quite a few teams now just ready to welcome them on in. Umbra being one of the teams situated just in front of them, as well as the team going through there from Intruder. Meanwhile, Twisted all the way over on towards that very edge. And the same can be said, of course, for Nigma Gaming. But now the zone is taking a slight bit of a shift, a little bit down towards the southern side, centering up beautifully on towards that Tierra Bronca position. And this is where those valleys are really going to come into play.
A massive shift indeed in towards the northern side. It's really only going to be really, I think, the likes of Ooredoo. You're speaking of the likes of 90th minute of Falcons, who really understand these areas the most. These are their comfort locations in terms of Miramar. So a lot of the onus on them now to see, can they utilize that information? Can they utilize that comfort to be able to punish these teams who are maybe not as used to such a crazy rotation like this? And a lot of these teams, because they aren't used to this, you can see them making very heads up, very central looking rotations. Whereas had these teams, I think, been more aware of their surroundings, they wouldn't have been as willing to go towards the center. They would have maybe played it a little bit further out and utilized these hills like that of Falcons that are using here inside, yes, close to the center, but still towards the edge. These punishment hills beside these teams who aren't using them lower down and getting that information on them, and rightfully so, finding those eliminations against them.
Yeah, well, speaking about eliminations, we just saw Zachariah getting taken on down, and up comes the hits onto It's Never Alone as one shot employs a few more shots to try and potentially get that first locked on end. But again, a lot of congestion, as we can see, separated on that map. And this is now where I wanted to say I was actually quite satisfied with the position we did see Falcons in. But again, now this position is a little bit more on the lower ground, right? It's not as high ground as it looked. But speaking about the high grounds, it is going to be the players here now from the Ooredoo Thunders rushing down on towards the players here from Myth. Already that first confirmation coming on through. And now Smoker, Rex, and QHC are going to be looking to get that full send, get up that quad wipe. And now Brody putting up a bit of a defensive play, but it's going to be a very risky rush now. And oh, one more hit is all that's needed. Let's see whether or not Smoker will get it. Yes, indeed. One jump shot is all that's required to send the players from Myth back down into the lobby.
And big plays through from Ooredoo, because keep in mind, they keep 2 of the other players alive in that fight as well. Yes, the knocks were there, but the eliminations were not found, and they keep 3 players in this game on top of the 4 kills. So their chances at a good positional finish is still very much alive, on top of the fact that we have a great spot also in this map potentially, if they can just, again, look for a little bit more control over it.
I mean, there's a lot of teams here looking for control. As you can see, Rico Infinity up on the high ground as they wait in anticipation to see where the zone will go. And of course, it moves up in towards Tierra Bronca. Now, this is quite favorable, actually, coming through for the players there from Nigma Galaxy, as they are close to center zone, but still a good vantage point to hold, right? A little bit of that high ground position to be playing. And now it is also going to be the players here from YaLLa looking to capitalize on their very own high ground position down on towards the players there from Slime 4KT.
Slime, very far down. No, shouldn't really want to take this fight. I mean, realistically, YaLLa, they have the advantage as long as the zone hasn't come in onto them. Now, you see O1 also making their step behind them. So I say Ooredoo here, making their step behind them, and Ooredoo slowly pushing forward. Now you've got Smoke with that initial vision man here for the team. Puts down the smokes, put down the line to stop here. Really anything coming through from YaLLa. They're trying to find one lead, do at least grab them. Rex falls at the extra tick damage to the play zone. This Ragnar there to finish him off, and at least they hold off one for now. That's an extra one for now that is so important. I think realistically with that knock, Smoker now should try to retreat. You can see they're hoping. There's already actually pinsed around the backside, but it's a beautiful punish there from QHT as well to also find the angle to rightfully take out the disrespectful. Hoping who was not advising on QHT's position behind it.
Yeah, a lot of advising that needs to be done here. So you can see QHC picking up that Elam over on towards Hopin. And here's hoping the teams get their butts back up into zone, right? Blue zone is making its way on forward. And now they've got to consider whether or not they want to prioritize these engagements, or rather instead look to get a few more of those positions dialed on in. As we can see that eastern side looking pretty hairy. We have the players there from Umbra as well as the squad there from Slime 4KT just lying in position, lying in wait, but it's also now going to be a bit of a fight down over on towards this western side as Rico Infinity and the players here from Twisted Minds go side to side, toe to toe, looking to get a few of those hits in. G3 now also getting eliminated, but now let's see whether or not Dami will be able to put in some well-placed mollies onto the side there of Rico Infinity.
Still not going to be anything for now. A lot of smoke utilized, a lot of utility used. Rico Infinity trying to hide their position for now. That nade cooked a little too late, won't find his mark. Twisted Minds send another one back in though, and that one does. And that's what you're looking for. Your eyes will fall down, and now Volkis looks to going forward, barely dodges out the half extra damage that nade was going to do.
Oh, look at that though. Dami stepping up, just finding such a beautiful hit right there on towards SK Tan. And now all the pressure moves on to Prestige, looking to see whether or not Prestige can hold the fort, hold the pressure, as yet another player there from the side of Rico Infinity gets sent back. Prestige, meanwhile, will be looking to get a quick bit of a dash in, moving alongside the road. But it's very exposed. Falcons now capitalizing on their very own position. We also did see the players there from CONQUEROR Iraq meeting their end over on towards that southeastern side of the zone as the blue zone comes up for yet another round, coming in for beautiful shift now further up in towards the north. And again, Nigma Galaxy being beautifully favored by that zone shift.
Nigma Galaxy, I think, yes, he's been favored by the zone shifts, but it's a control where they've had of these zone shifts, and no one's really been able to challenge them. You see other teams who have had the zone gifted to them not being able to perform as highly as Nigma have done in the past games, and potentially could do in this game too. Is still even this Coliseum, sorry, should I say this theater, in play, and it's an interesting position for Slime 4KT to take on this northern side, because actually it's very, very positioned. The fact that you can get a lot of extra, just a little bit of high ground, and that extra little bit of elevation over your enemies down below, who are going to be slightly further down the hillside too.
Yeah, it's a tough decision to make, right? But talking about tough, I mean, we still have so many teams still to rotate up in towards the zone. Umbra being one of those teams still looking for that rotational path back up on through. But again, now Falcons turning their attention down on towards NASR. As you can see, Merkel just held up behind the vehicle. Up comes the rush as, never alone and go. Yusuf finds the hits and swiftly deals with one of the players there. But now they're not out of the woods. As we see the players from NASR getting themselves mobilized. We do have Batika still to move on through. Just trying to get the heck out of there. Just utilizing that buggy now. But Falcons fighting from the very edge of zone. Quite a risky position to be playing. As we have Rico Infinity also now back into the lobby. But look at this. Falcons a slow, steady creep towards that zone. Not a super aggressive play. And I guess they're thinking, or rather waiting for the team's positions a little bit further up ahead to try and kind of deal with themselves just to, alleviate a little bit of that pressure before they start rotating on through.
But 0-1 as well have found themselves on the edge of its zone. But they found themselves inside a compound, and it's crucial because all of these teams, like now, it's just say Falcons, who, yes, have that great position indeed, but we have to cross over that zone. We have to cross over the blue, and you can see it taking so much damage. 0-1, though, taken out, and that's a beautiful pick for them. But very much needed pick for them as Falcons never alone falls, but at least still, there is hope for Falcons still as they desperately try to take out the front line of 0-1. They are coming towards it, but the zone is still coming behind them. They cannot slow down just yet, and unfortunately, they cannot slow down as it's phase 5 into phase 6. VGS, Virtual Gaming fall through in 0-1. Now YaLLa's joining in to try and create that third threat.
Let's see what is going to be happening. Umbra also now back in their bags. Falcons 0-1. Side by side, just outside that zone. A few more seconds left before that blue zone starts moving up once again. But now it is going to be a beautiful nade there from Humam, finding the hits on towards Damar. But now we see Yusuf on the opposing side getting ready to potentially bring in a bit of a rest. But again, those utils getting sent on out. Now comes the rush, the full send. 0-1 picks it up. And with that, Falcons get stopped in their tracks. But of course, now the third party players continuing to rain on down. As we got the players here from YaLLa just reaching across from up on that high ground. Picking up a beautiful hit on towards Saif. But look at these bounces, Wolf.
The nades, they almost land, but trying to go through the rooftop, the holes inside of there. But we can't find the bounce, can't find the right strike down on to a damaged, brutalized 0-1 who somehow fended off the Falcons' claws. But YaLLa are still here to overlook them and play Punisher and lawyer to their crimes. Is still the zone, goes once more away from the majority of these teams. And interestingly enough, here, DK, all of these teams practically on the edge. No one really has a center position here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no one in center zone. Everyone just playing edge. Everyone just trying to see if they can hold on to position. But I can't really blame them because center does look to be quite the challenging position to get into. Meanwhile, that's not going to stop the players here from Nigma. As you can see, Hamodi now just hammering away, blow after blow, just trying to keep as much of a controlling position, at least from the angle that they've got there. As now we look onto Lord, scanning the vicinity, looking up onto the hills, making sure that there's no potential angles that they can get snuck up on towards. And of course, Jabal just holding on to that little compound. But look at this bomber positioned up on the high ground. Beautiful play coming in there from QHC. Oh, as that nade makes its way on in. Saif, of course, blowing themselves to smithereens. And now it is Humam and Yamaz, the last two remaining hopefuls now for YaLLa Esports to try and keep it all together.
YaLLa Esports still to close in, and yes, 0-1, they're still there, but they're on their last legs. YaLLa should still stop them, but Nigma, they're going in for the fight, they're going in here versus 90th, but they strike them down. Ralph takes the solo bolo, and Nigma up to 6.
Oh, a 90th minute down to nothing, right? Off they go, they ran out of time. And of course now another player that's running out of something could potentially be Vigors. As we can see that health bar not looking too fantastic. Now trying to bring in a bit of a hill strat. And with that, it is going to be Vigors now to take the knee. As there's no other hope left. It is the end of the road. Twisted Minds getting sent back into the lobby. Nigma looking pretty good, still holding on towards that western position. In fact, the only team pretty much positioned on that edge, aside from a little bit of opposition they have further down towards the south. Bomba, meanwhile, will get traded there as Yamaz And Humam finds some beautiful angles right down on towards them. And now the numbers really starting to dwindle as we've got 4 teams down to solos with the players there from 0-1, as we can see currently running on 2. But now Nigma also having their numbers starting to dwindle. Raouf gets traded, but Hamadi looking to keep up the defensive line. Beautiful nade from Freak to close it up there on QHG. But now look at this, 0-1 Esports looking to come in with a beautiful capitalization, sneaking on through, picking up Lord in the process. Oh, Yamat's getting traded, and it is now going to be Hamadi on the front line. Humam trying relentlessly to get those angles. Beautiful off angle play coming through here from Storm as well. Just sneaking in a quick little bit of damage there, looking for that Elam. Beautiful third party steal coming in. But now still look at that. Solos across the board.
Solos for everyone to survive. Now, Nigma, they can get themselves back up. They're looking for the revives. But 0-1, he's here. He's found them. He's looking for them. He's maybe missed out his opportunity a little bit too slow, and now there's 2 Nigma members to fight. He gets 1, but this was a problem. There comes the revive on the other, and Hamodi's there to do the dirty work required. Still, though,
Wow.
back to 2 for Nigma. 4KT, Intruder versus each other now, and the African brawl down as the blue zone comes against him.
I mean, Storm not having a lot of options here, but you can see Weiss in hot pursuit. It is PUBG, GTA coming on through. Oh, let's see, come on. Beautiful trade coming in there. Weiss picks up Storm, and with that, Weiss gets traded off as Nigma Galaxy step up with yet another winner chicken dinner.
And big game for Nigma, though, who were very high up in the standings. Now create that breaking point because Umbra, because Twisted Minds, because Falcons, they didn't have a great game here, DK. And as a result, Nigma are going to start day 3 very strong indeed. And it's all down here to that patient play. Realistically, the control of the position that they had a low ground position, which wasn't advantageous, but they had that extra little ridge that helped protect him from the line of sight from everyone around him. And that's what was a crucial part of Nick's positioning. It was so well done and so well calculated by them to find that on the map.
But definitely it wasn't an easy position for Nigma to hold, as we did see so many players looking to oppose them right there. We even did see that cheeky, sneaky third-party hit coming in there from Storm, bringing in something there for the players there from Slime as well. But of course, let's take a quick look at our match rankings to see how many points the teams were able to secure in this last match of the day.
Still, Nigma Galaxy, a big 25 points game here for them, as expected, coming through from such a dominant game that they had. 0-1 Esports, so pleasantly surprised to see them, even though finishing in 4th position overall in the standings. From placement side of things, they get 10 elimination points, matching Nigma, and as a result, do get those 18 points on board. Intruder Africa, always good to see them, as well as Slime 4KT, who we'd been hoping, as we say, for these African teams to step up, get that 2nd and 3rd placement point finish, respectively.
Yeah, it's great to see the teams, you know, the African region representation getting dialed up a little bit. And of course, as we look onto the second page, where you see the players there from Falcons, the players from Umbra, Virtual Gaming, and Rico Infinity all picking up those 3 eliminations apiece, with everyone aside from Rico Infinity walking away there with 4 points, with Rico only getting the eliminations, no placement points. But sadly, it was a bit of a bumpy ride there for NASR, G3, CONQUEROR, Iraq, and of course the players from Team Myths as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, starting to see that consistency. I'm a bit worried here for Rico. I'm a bit worried for CONQUEROR. I'm starting to count them out realistically as those bottom place teams. It's got to be someone, but unfortunately, it's consistently looking to be them. I think as well, NASR definitely struggling more and more since the beginning of day 1 to now. They've not had as great performance. They've been almost outplayed a little bit by these other teams in their lobbies who have just been either on a micro level of team fights outplaying them, or majorly more so here a macro level in the rotations and the positioning that these teams have over NASR. Just seems that NASR are slightly behind the curve here also.
Yeah, it's tough when it's tough, but of course, speaking about tough, right, we got to take a look at our MVPs as well to see who our stars of that match was. And of course, it is going to be none other than Ragnar and Bompa coming in, repping for the side there of YaLLa, picking up some beautiful, beautiful plays. But of course, also, we've got Humam right in there as well, picking up a decent amount of damage, actually more than Bompa. But Bompa walking away with those 4 eliminations alongside Ragnar. And look at the damage being dealt by Ragnar, 1 away from breaking up into 1,000 damage dealt.
And a brilliant game, though, here from Ragnar, too. I mean, Ragnar definitely stepping up for YaLLa. I think Boombo as well, doing the same and being that team player that really YaLLa needed. But also, you cannot deny the fact that also they're 0-1 doing a fantastic job to secure those kills. And again, 0-1 showing us they can be that aggressive team, DK, when they are allowed to let loose those leashes.
I'm waiting for. I'm gonna give away something that I want to say when 0-1 picks up a winner when it's chicken dinner, right? It's gonna be either 0-1 or no one, right? That's the way it's supposed to go. It's gotta work. It's gotta work. But of course, speaking about the dad jokes, something that's not a joke is definitely gonna be our overall ranking. So as we can see, Nigma Galaxy now just solidifying their position right up in pole position.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy is certainly not a joke indeed of how consistent they have been. I think it speaks to Nigma, not only in this competition, but I think actually throughout the last 6 months, ever since that PMGC in January, getting that 3rd position and finish. Yes, it might have just been that one global championship event, but then they coupled that up with 1st place on PMPL Arabia finish. They're now looking very dominant again in here in the MEA championship. And you're beginning to wonder, Nigma as almost this super team that is dominating not only their own region, but now also these African region players too. Are they a serious team to be considered a threat coming up towards a more international event halfway through this season?
It's difficult to say, right? Because I mean, nothing has been locked in just yet. Obviously, Nigma, they've got the experience from making it into the higher events, right? So no surprise really to see them kind of sitting in the position where they are. But again, a lot of the teams here are in a position where they have a lot of information, a lot of lessons that they can learn and take away from this, even though they might not make it into the positions that they are hoping for. Still, there's a lot to be taken away from this competition itself.
Yeah, indeed. And I think even if you aren't Nigma, even if you are one of these smaller teams, right, who are struggling on the leaderboard, as we said, you don't have to be in that 1st position by the end. You see that even these teams like Rico, I think, are a good example, who, yes, they may be struggling now, but when we talk about their progression from a year ago into the recent PMPL Arabia, they also had a great showing. I think also the same here with Falcons, who have definitely also greatly improved across the last year of gameplay too. Not just being an Erangel team, same with Twisted Minds, now being able to be a positional team as well as aggression. And you see these changes, these adaptations from teams who didn't have the best results to begin with, now stepping up. And I expect the same, not only from, of course, the owner being region teams, but also these African teams who are struggling too to do the same.
Yeah, well, we'll love to hear what the viewers are thinking, and of course, be sure to let us know over on social media. And if you are in any doubt of what the socials are, here they are for your convenience, displayed on screen, of course. So you can find us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Nimo TV, on TikTok, as well as on Instagram. So be sure to tell us your thoughts and what you think of your favorite team's performance so far in the championship. You can also be sure to let us know and show us how you are watching the PMPL MEA Championship. So, take a nice little snap of, what your viewing setup is looking like and share that with us on social media as well. I mean, I've already done mine. You can find it on social media, but that was for the European Championship. But of course, also we got to give a big shout out to our sponsors helping in make this event possible. Of course, with that, a big shout out going over towards Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. And of course, also got to show a lot of love going out to Oppo. So with upgrade performance, and upgraded fun. Celebrate your winning spirit with a brand new Oppo Reno 7 Pro 5G. The designated smartphones for PUBG Mobile, Middle East and Africa Esports in 2022. Now, Wolf, absolutely exciting there that we've had so far. And I mean, I've got to say, some pretty challenging zones the teams have been dealt.
Yeah, absolutely challenging zones sometimes. I think some zones have been kind to these players to begin with. It's all about now setup in these teams, and I think that's what the zones have been really testing, is can these teams set up their positions effectively and then transfer them into the later stages of the game. That's what we're going to test though in day number 3 and see if these teams can keep that going and keep that improvement running.
Yeah, 100% agreeing, of course, with that. We are going to be closing it up right here. So be sure to let us know on socials what your thoughts are. And with that, we are going to bid you adieu, at least for now. Look to see you all back again tomorrow. So stay tuned for even more PUBG Mobile action right here on the PUBG Mobile Pro League Middle East and Africa Championship for 2022 Spring Split. See you all back again later.